hour, 1 year.
Okay.
Baka 1 year lang.
Okay. Thank you kayo, boss.
Mga bukas, dyan lang ka rin.
Yes, sige. Yes.
Sa akin, ikaw.
Recording in progress.
Start time lang.
Uli kita sa south now. Uli kita sa south now. Kaya po naman. Naman pinakabalik.
Babalik ka doon. Ano, muli ka mo?
Ha?
Muli ka mo.
Oo, agad. Kayo na mama, bahala. Ganan mo ako sa south now. Uli kita lang.
Pero pa kasi,
Pusal.
ay, ayaw nga niya.
Ha?
Nagiling lang ako.
Tama, yun tama.
Where's the ano? Where's the...
Kasi may tuloy na.
Reference of business. Okay. Is there anybody that
Sir, muna sir, yung puti. Rostrum number 3.
okay.
Speaking to Fong Jaime.
The session is now called to order. Please stand for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupit, di ka pasisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bakaw, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidinig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng waraming pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya dapat may mga api, at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing for the invocation to be led by Representative Jaisel Victoria Yu of the 2nd District of Zamboanga del Sur.
Almighty God, we praise and magnify your most holy name. We thank you for the gift of life and strength. We thank you for all the love and blessings you continue to shower upon us every single day. We come before you to humbly ask for your guidance as we perform our duties to our constituents and our countrymen. May you lead us by your wisdom so that what we may do today is in accordance with your will. May our thoughts, words, and actions aim at doing what is pleasing in your sight so we can make difference to someone's life. We ask this through Christ our Savior. Amen.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to call the roll. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to call the roll. Any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives. Abalos. Abante. Abunda. Acharon. Asidre. Acop. Adyong. Advincula. Agaraw. Alba. Albano. Almario. Almonte. Alonte. Alvarez Jose. Alvarez Mercedes. Alvarez Pantaleon. Amante. Amatong. Angara. Aquino. Arbison. Arenas. Arrogancia. Asistio. Ataide. Aumentado. Balindong. Barba. Barbers. Baronda. Barzaga. Baskub. Bautista. Bautista Lim. Benitez. Bernos. Bilyones. Biron. Bolilia. Bondok. Bongalon. Bordado. Bosita. Briones. Brosas. Buhain. Bulut Begtang. Bustos. Cabredo. Cagas. Kahayon Uy. Calderon. Calixto. Campos. Kawagdan. Cardema. Cari. Castro Franz. Castro Jean. Celeste. Chan. Chato. Chua. Chungalao. Ko Angelica Natasha. Ko Elizaldi. Ko Pilar. Ko Juanco Jaime. Ko Juanco Mark. Colada. Coliantes. Corvera. Cruz Ambrosio. Cruz Ricardo. Cua. Quaresma. Dagook. Dalipe. Dalog. Dayanghirang. Daza. De Jesus. Divinesia. Defensor. Delmar. De Los Santos. Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid. Dimaporo City Amina. Dionisio. Domingo. Duavit. Duhali. Duterte. D. Faustino Ino. D. Faustino Michael. D. Ian Paul. Ecleo. Emano. Enciso. Enverga. Escudero. Espares. Espina. Estrella. Yudela. Farinas. Fernandez. Ferrer Antonio. Ferrer Juliet Marie. Flores. Fortes. Frasco. Fresnedi. Fuentebella. Galeyos. Garcia Albert. Garcia Dante. Garcia Jose Arturo. Garcia Maria Angela. Garcia Pablo Jan. Garcia Vincent. Guardiola. Garin. Gasataya. Gatchalian. Gato. Go Ed Christopher. Go Mark. Goles. Gomez. Gonzaga. Gonzales Aurelio. Gonzales Neptali. Gonzales Sandro. Goriseta. Guico. Gintu. Gulyas. Gutierrez. Hagidorn. Haresco. Hataman. Hernandez. Herrera. Horibata. Javier. Ko Olga Ara. Ko Ricardo. Ko Wilton. Konghun. Labad-labad. Lakson. Lakson Noel. Lagman. Lagon Daphne. Lagon Sani. Lara. Lazatin. Lee. Legarda. Libanan. Limkaychong. Loyola. Luistro. Lumayag. Makapagal Arroyo. Maceda. Madrona. Magsino. Malapitan. Mangawang. Maniquis. Manuel. Marañon. Marcoleta. Marcos. Mariano Hernandez. Marinho. Marquez. Martinez. Mastura. Matibag. Matugas. Mendoza. Mercado. Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopher Son, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 310 members responded to the call.
With 310 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to move for the approval of the journal of the previous meeting, Journal number 20, dated September 13, 2022, and Journal number 21, September 14, 2022. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The journal number 20, dated September 13, 2022, and journal number 21, dated September 14, 2022, is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as the communications and committee reports for the referral to the appropriate committees.
Reference of business. Bills on the first reading. House Bill 4702, creating additional divisions in the Court of Appeals, increasing the number of Court of Appeals justices from 69 to 78 by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 4703, amending the local government code on the level of the position of the Secretary to the Sanggunian by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 4704, criminalizing incestuous sexual relations by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 4705, professionalizing the practice of audiology and creating a professional regulatory board of audiology by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 4706, authorizing the DOJ to analyze and disseminate information regarding the admissibility and quality of testimony of witnesses with expertise relating to battered women by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 4707, transferring to the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology the authority to exercise supervision and control over provincial jails by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 4708, mandating law enforcement personnel to wear a body camera during law enforcement and special police operations by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 4709, institutionalizing a 5% budgetary allocation of barangays for the implementation of programs, projects, activities, and services for senior citizens by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 4710, mandating higher education institutions and technical vocational institutions to ensure the safety and security of the academic community from internal and external threats, thereby creating a crime prevention committee by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 4711, providing protection to cooperative depositors and establishing the Philippine Cooperative Insurance Corporation.
To
By
the
Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 4712, reorganizing the Cooperative Development Authority by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Cooperatives Development.
House Bill 4713, regulating crematories by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4714, prioritizing domestically manufactured vehicles in public procurement by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 4715, to protect the freedom of speech and of association rights of students attending institutions of higher education by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 4716, creating the Insurance Fraud Detection Division under the NBI by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 4717, providing guidelines for the establishment and operation of local colleges and universities by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 4718, strengthening the digital transformation capacity of all LGUs by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Local Government and the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 4719, providing the rights to be accorded victims of crimes, defining the duties and responsibility of responsible officers by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 4720, requiring the establishment of quarantine facilities in every region in the country by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4721, to amend certain sections of Title III, Book 4 of the Administrative Code of 1987 by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 4722, institutionalizing International Coastal Cleanup Day in the Philippines, prescribing every second Sunday of September a National Coastal Cleanup Day by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 4723, creating programs for incarcerated parents and their children by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 4724, regulating pawn shop establishments and operations by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 4725, prohibiting the harassment and invasion of privacy for commercial purposes by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 4726, providing for the registration, licensure, and practice of food technology in the Philippines by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 4727, regulating and modernizing the practice of medical technology in the Philippines by Representative Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 4728, giving tax incentives to physicians rendering pro bono services to indigent patients by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 4729, establishing legal standards and procedures for product liability and litigation by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 4730, to protect individuals from having their money involuntarily collected and used for political activities by a corporation, organization, or group by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 4731, facilitating the administration of justice by strengthening the fraud detection, prevention, and elimination capability of the government by creating a Philippine Death Check Register and online death verification system under the Philippine Statistics Authority by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 4732, establishing public recreational spaces in all cities and municipalities in the country and its integration and their respective comprehensive land use plans by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 4733, requiring the employment of qualified lifeguards in all public swimming pools and bathing facilities by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 4734, requiring the DNR to conduct a feasibility study for applying airport bubbles as a method of identifying, assessing, and reducing the adverse environmental impacts of airport, ground, and flight operations, and improving the overall quality of the environment by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 4735, establishing innovative programs to provide safe school environments by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 4736, strengthening the barangay unit through support for barangay officials and barangay volunteer workers by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 4737, to protect Filipinos from the harmful effects of trans fatty acids by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4738, amending Section 13 of the Universal Health Care Act by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4739, curbing the practice of imposing unfunded mandates on LGUs by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 4740, prohibiting and penalizing the unauthorized possession and use of official letterheads and stationery belonging to different national government agencies, offices, or entities and LGUs by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 4741 to provide youth suicide intervention and prevention by Representatives Villaperte Luis Raymond, Villaperte Miguel Luis, Oribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4742 granting income tax exemption to PWDs who are gainfully employed by Representative Tan Tambut.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill numbers 4743, 4744, 4745, 4746, 4747, and 4748, converting certain provincial and circumferential roads in certain municipalities of the province of Sulu into national roads by Representative Tan Tambut.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 4749, granting jurisdiction and providing the manner for the conduct of disciplinary and non-disciplinary actions of the Federasyon ng SK by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 4750, renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Pacific Wireless Incorporated by Representative Bautista Lim.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 4751, integrating a comprehensive disaster skills education program in the K-12 curriculum by Representative Bautista Lim.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 4752, mandating employers to provide a personal finance education program by Representative Alba.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 4753, establishing a provincial office of the Department of Labor and Employment in the province of Dinagat Islands by Representative Ecleo.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill numbers 4754 and 4755, declaring Lake Bababu in Melgar, Basilisa, and Mount Redondo natural bonsai forest in Santiago, Loreto, in the province of Dinagat Islands as tourist destinations by Representative Ecleo.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 4756 to promote business competitiveness by providing tax relief to single proprietorships, cooperatives, partnerships, or corporations classified as micro, small, and medium enterprises by Representative Dionisio.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 4757, further amending the Public Employment Service Office Act of 1999 to include entrepreneurship in the scope of law, to rename the present Public Employment Service Office into the Public Employment and Entrepreneurship Office, and to establish the Barangay Employment and Entrepreneurship Office nationwide by Representative Dionisio.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 4758, amending the Special Protection of Children Against Abuse, Exploitation, and Discrimination Act by Representative Dionisio.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 4759, granting a maternity benefit to women workers in the informal economy by Representative Dionisio.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 4760, declaring the Santo Niño de Tondo Parish in Tondo, Manila, a National Historical Site for History by Representative Dionisio.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 4761, institutionalizing skills training program and providing job opportunities to inmates in detention facilities by Representative Dionisio.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 4762, granting a 20% discount to indigent job applicants in the payments of fees and charges for government-issued certificates and clearances by Representative Dionisio.
To the Committee on Poverty Alleviation.
House Bill 4763, providing for scholarships to children affected by COVID-19 orphanhood and caregiver loss by Representative Dionisio.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bills 4764, 4765, 4766, 4767, 4768, 4769, and 4770, separating national high schools in certain municipalities of the province of Zamboanga del Norte and converting them into independent national high school by Representative Amatong.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bills 4771, 4772, and 4773, converting elementary schools in certain municipalities of the province of Zamboanga del Norte into integrated schools by Representative Amatong.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 4774, reallocating the sharing of taxes between LGUs hosting principal offices, factories, project offices, plants, and plantations by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 4775, promoting consumer choice and fostering competition in the telecommunications industry by mandating the unlocking of mobile communication devices by Representative Gatchalian.
to the Committee on Information and Communications Technology,
House Bill 4776, institutionalizing the transition of the government to e-governance in the digital age by Representative Gatchalian.
to the Committee on Information and Communications Technology,
House Bill 4777, declaring the Chinese New Year's Day a special non-working public holiday in the Philippines by Representative Primicias Agabas.
to the Committee on Revisions of Laws,
House Bill 4778, providing for the modernization of the public health emergency preparedness and response capabilities, establishing the Center for Disease Prevention and Control by Representative Primicias Agabas.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 4779, regulating the use of bicycle as an alternative mode of transportation by Representative Primicias Agabas.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 4780, to strengthen the charter of the Philippine National Police Academy by Representative Barbers.
to the Committee on Public Order and Safety,
House Bill 4781, declaring January the Haniway Public Cemetery and its adjoining structures as a national cultural treasure by Representative Defensor.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 4782, providing for tax exemptions and subsidies for the local music industry and amending certain sections of the Local Government Code of 1991 by Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 4783, declaring the month of October of every year as the National Cooperative Month in the entire country by Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Cooperatives Development,
House Bill 4784, providing for a national housing development, production, and financing program by Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development,
House Bill 4785, to improve the efficiency of national research and development by Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Science and Technology,
House Bill 4786, providing for the share in the national taxes of LGUs by Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 4787, creating the National Film Archive to be managed by the Film Development Council by Representative Tambunting.
to the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts,
House Bill 4788, creating a National Bureau of Investigation District Office in District 2, Parañaque City by Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 4789, amending the Public Service Act by Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Economic Affairs,
House Bill 4790, creating the position of Barangay Nutrition Worker in every barangay by Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 4791, providing for the establishment of an online information center on recall, prohibition, defect, and other safety-related data on consumer products and motor vehicles by Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill number 4792, requiring commercial establishments and public institutions to use appropriate filtering devices and firewalls that will restrict children's access to harmful materials by Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Welfare of Children,
House Bill number 4793, modernizing the Philippine Orthopedic Center by Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill number 4794, establishing a one-stop shop, thereby institutionalizing the coordination of transport industry agencies, resulting in the strict and orderly issuance of certificates of roadworthiness of public conveyances by Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 4795, establishing the One Patient, One Electronic Medical Record System in the Philippines, thereby creating the Office of the National Coordinator for Health Information Technology by Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 4796, institutionalizing the establishment of online information centers during national calamities and other emergencies by Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Disaster Resilience,
House Bill 4797, including education in the 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines in the grade 12 senior high school curricula of all public and private educational institutions by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 4798, ensuring child support and penalizing parental refusal or neglect thereof by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Welfare of Children,
House Bill 4799, requiring the provision of infant-friendly facilities in government agencies and major establishments in the Philippines by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Welfare of Children,
House Bill 4800, prescribing school bus safety standards by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 4801, establishing job placement offices in public high schools to provide career services to the youth by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 4802, including responsive, empowered, and service-centered youth in the Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council in all levels, by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 4803, establishing Young Farmers and Fisherfolk Challenge Program, creating the Young Farmers and Fisherfolk Challenge Council, by Representative Ataide.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 4804, establishing a rental subsidy program for informal settler families, by Representative Ataide.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 4805, providing free legal assistance to any officer or enlisted personnel of the AFP and the PNP on any charge before any competent body arising from an incident or incidents related to the performance of their official duty, by Representative Ataide.
To the Committee on Justice, to the Committee on National Defense and Security, and the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 4806, providing for a national housing development, production, and financing program, by Representative Ataide.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 4807, ensuring child support and penalizing parental refusal or neglect thereof, by Representative Duterte, Yap Eric, Yap Edvic, and Soriano.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 4808, establishing the Philippine Electronic Health or Health System and Services in support of universal health care, by Representatives Duterte, Yap Eric, Yap Edvic, and Soriano.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4809, providing for free freight services in the transportation of relief goods to calamity-stricken areas, by Representatives Duterte, Yap Eric, Yap Edvic, and Soriano.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 4810, establishing the public schools of the future in technology, by Representatives Duterte, Yap Eric, Yap Edvic, and Soriano.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 4811, establishing infrastructure for bicycle lanes, by Representative Violago.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 4812, requiring the establishment of dialysis clinics in all national, regional, and provincial hospitals and providing for free dialysis treatments to indigent patients, by Representative Violago.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4813, requiring parents to plant 2 trees for every child born to them, by Representative Violago.
To the Special Committee on Reforestation.
House Bill 4814, upgrading the salary scales or levels of public dentists, by Representative Violago.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 4815, regulating the sale of motor vehicles in Metro Manila by requiring a proof of parking space or garage facility from motor vehicle buyers as a prerequisite for the purchase of a motor vehicle and registration with the LTO, by Representative Violago.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 4816, right-sizing the national government to improve public service delivery, by Representative Violago.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill 4817, establishing the TESDA Training and Assessment Center in Rizal, Nueva Ecija, by Representative Violago.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 4818, protecting senior citizens from violence, by Representative Violago.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 4819, amending the honoring and granting additional benefits and privileges to Filipino centenarians, by Representative Violago.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 4820, creating the Emerging Infectious Disease Authority, by Representative Violago.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4821, further promoting entrepreneurship by strengthening the financing and other support programs for MSMEs, by Representative Onabia.
To the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development.
House Bill 4822, creating the Philippine Nuclear Energy Commission, by Representative Dimaporo Mohammed Khalid.
To the Special Committee on Nuclear Energy.
House Bill 4823, establishing an on-city, in-city, near-city, or off-city local government resettlement program in formal settler families in accordance with the People's Plan and mandating the implementing LGU jointly with the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development in cases of near-city or off-city resettlement to provide other basic services and livelihood components in favor of the recipient LGU, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 4824, amending the Act providing for charity sweepstakes, horse races, and lotteries, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Games and Amusements.
House Bill 4825, prohibiting the online placing of bets for all lotto games and all instant paper games, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Games and Amusements.
House Bill 4826, adjusting the monthly pension and disability benefits of retirees of the DFA, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Bill 4827, providing for the establishment of an e-eskwela hub in every barangay or district in the Philippines, by Representative Versosa.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 4828, providing poor job applicants a 20% discount in the payment of fees and charges for certain certificates and clearances issued by the government agencies, by Representative Versosa.
To the Committee on Poverty Alleviation.
House Bill 4829, strengthening the regulation of online pharmacies by countering online sale of falsified medicines in e-commerce platforms, by Representative Versosa.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 4830, strengthening the Commission on Elections by increasing the manpower complement in its field offices, providing office spaces separate and independent from LGUs, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 4831, providing for early voting for qualified senior citizens and PWDs in national and local elections, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 4832, instituting the Medical Reserve Corps, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4833, requiring LGUs to earmark at least 15% of their national tax allotment share for health services, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 4834, strengthening the West Visayas University, by Representative Defensor.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 4835, mandating the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy to select one cadet from each congressional district every year to comprise its incoming class, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 4836, mandating the DOH to provide at least one health worker in every barangay, increasing their salaries and benefits, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 4837, requiring all new residential, commercial, and institutional buildings in the Philippines to install rainwater collection system, by Representative Barbers.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 4846, amending Section 150-BA1 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997, by Representative Ataide.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 4847, providing for early voting for qualified senior citizens and PWDs in national and local elections, by Representative Alvarez Pantaleon.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 4848, reclassifying legitimate children into children born within wedlock and illegitimate children into children born out of wedlock, by Representative Alvarez Pantaleon.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 4849, providing for the regime of complete separation of property as the governing regime in the absence of a marriage settlement or when the regime agreed upon is void, by Representative Alvarez Pantaleon.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 4850, granting mental health wellness leave to all employees in public and private sectors, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation and the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill numbers 4851 and 4855, establishing e-libraries in Barangays Merville and Moonwalk, Parañaque City, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill numbers 4852 and 4856, establishing TESDA manpower training and youth centers in Barangays Merville and Moonwalk, Parañaque City, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 4853, governing the creation and accreditation of micro-enterprise development institutions, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development.
House Bill 4854, mandating the appointment of one midwife for each barangay, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4857, establishing a moratorium on aging out of foster care during the state of public health emergency due to the COVID-19 pandemic and for 6 months thereafter, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 4858, allowing and regulating the use of motorcycles as PUVs, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 4859, providing a fuel subsidy for municipal fisherfolk, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
Resolutions. House Resolution 378, congratulating and honoring Alexandra Alex Ayala for being the first Filipino to clinch the Grand Slam Junior Champion at the U.S. Open, by Representatives Yap Eric, Duterte, Yap Edvic, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, and Soriano.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 379, urging the Committee on Agriculture and Food to conduct an investigation on the alleged overpricing of four-wheel farm tractors procured by the Philippine Center for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization, by Representatives Brosas, Castro Franz, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 380, congratulating and commending Alex Ayala for winning the Junior Girls Singles Finals match of the 2022 U.S. Open held at the USA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center and becoming the first Filipino to win Grand Slam Singles Champion, by Representative Barba.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 381, congratulating and commending Alex Ayala for winning the 2022 U.S. Open Girls Championship, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 382, congratulating and commending Alex Ayala for winning the 2022 U.S. Open Tennis Tournament Junior Girls Singles category held in New York City, USA on September 10, 2022 by Representative Chan.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 383, congratulating and commending Alex Ayala for winning the U.S. Open Grand Slam Girls Singles title by Representatives Nograles, Margarita, Ignacia, and Ginto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 384, commending and congratulating Alex Ayala for winning the 2022 Girls Junior Grand Slam Singles crown of the U.S. Open Tennis Tournament by Representative Salo.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 385, commending and congratulating Alex Ayala for her historic achievement and outstanding performance to be the first Filipino to win a Grand Slam Singles Championship at the U.S. Open Juniors USA by Representatives Revilla Bryan, and Revilla Ramon Jolo.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 386, congratulating and commending the Philippine Billiard team for winning the Predator World Teams 10-Ball Championship by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 387, urging the Department of Energy to establish a nuclear energy division within its department by Representatives Dagook and De Jesus.
To the Special Committee on Nuclear Energy.
House Resolution 388, congratulating and commending Filipino athlete Ernest John E.J. Obiena for capturing gold medals in the recently concluded 2022 Golden Fly Series in Saint-Licentin and in the Gala de Castelli and Bellinzona, Switzerland by Representatives Nograles, Margarita, and Ginto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 389, congratulating and commending the Philippine 10-ball team for winning the championship in the 2022 Predator World 10-ball Team Championship held in Klagenfurt, Austria, last September 11, 2022, by Representatives Nograles, Margarita, and Ginto.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 390, expressing profound appreciation and congratulations to Filipina athlete Alexandra Ayala for her outstanding representation of the Philippines in her winning performance in the 2022 U.S. Open Junior Girls Single Competition by Representatives Suwan, Emano, and Unabia.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 391, congratulating and commending Alexandra Ayala for being the Philippines' first ever U.S. Open Tennis Grand Slam Singles Champion and for being the first Filipino to achieve a U.S. Open Tennis Grand Slam Singles crown by Representatives Velasco and Singson Mihan.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 392, commending and congratulating Alexandra Ayala for becoming the first Filipino to capture a Grand Slam singles title by winning the 2022 U.S. Open Junior Girls Championship by Representative Mariano Hernandez.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communication. Letter dated September 8, 2022 of the BSP Deputy Director, Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House of Representatives duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Committee reports. Committee report numbers 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, and 41, submitted by the Committee on Local Government on House Bill numbers 4838, 4839, 4840, 4841, 4842, 4843, 4844, and 4845.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 42, submitted by the Committee on Basic Education and Culture on House Bill number 4896.
To the Committee on Rules.
Additional reference of business, committee reports. Committee report number 43, submitted by the Committee on Appropriation, House Bill number 4488, entitled An Act Appropriating Funds for the Operation of the Government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2023. Committee report numbers 44 and 45, submitted by the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts on House Resolution numbers 112 and 178. Committee report numbers 46, 47, 48, and 49, submitted by the Committee on Natural Resources on House Bill number 4919, 4921, 4922, and 4923.
The aforementioned committee reports are referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Representative Villarica, the Soroptimist International of Santo Niño, headed by Ms. Elena Ugay Fronda Duya, and President Dalen Arseno, and the Soroptimist International of May Kawayan, headed by President Tess Avendaño, and Soroptimist Ortigas, headed by Miss Baby Doble and Company.
The guests of Representative Villarica, the Suroptimist International of Santo Niño, headed by Ms. Elena Ugay Fronda Duya, Suroptimist International of Mikikayan, headed by President Tess Abindano, and Suroptimist Ortigas, headed by Ms. Baby Duble. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would also like to recognize the SDO personnel of Schools Division of the City of Maykawayan, namely Dr. Jocelyn Manalaysay, Dr. Marilu Del Rosario, Dr. Ramilo Cruz, and Company.
The SDO personnel of the City of Maykawayan, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Your Honor, I'd like to respectfully request that we recognize the guest of Congressman Bong Teves, the Honorable Jose Paulo Teves III, Municipal Mayor of Baras, Catanduanes.
The guest of Representative Bong Teves, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Your Honor, I'd like to request to suspend session.
Session suspended.
Sige.
Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, today being a Monday and pursuant to our rules, I move that we open the privilege hour.
There is a motion to open privilege hour. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Privilege hour is open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the gentleman from Party List One Rider, Representative Bonifacio L. Bosita, to be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
The representative of Party List One Rider, Representative Bonifacio L. Busita, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, sa ating mga kapwa public servants at sa ating mga kababayan, magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Mr. Speaker, maraming dekada na po ang nakalipas at patuloy pa ring dinadanas ng mga kapatid nating motorista ang mga pang-aabuso at mga maling pagpapatupad ng batas trapiko at mga ordinansa sa iba't ibang lugar ng ating bansa. Ang pagkukumpiska po ng lisensya sa pagmamaneho na ginagawa ng mga traffic enforcers at ng mga pulis na nakatalaga sa mga lokal na pamahalaan ay hindi alinsunod sa batas at ito po ay lalong nagpapahirap sa buhay ng mga motorista at ng kanilang pamilya. Dahil sa mga dinadanas ng mga motorista, madalas po nating nadidinig at nababasa sa social media na sinasabi nila na mga buwaya ang mga pulis at ang mga traffic enforcers at sila ay ginagamit ng mga lokal na pamahalaan para gatasan ang mga ordinaryong motorista. Mr. Speaker, kung bibigyan po natin ng patas na pagtingin ang mga nangyayari at mga dinadanas ng mga kapatid nating motorista araw-araw at gabi-gabi sa iba't ibang lugar ng ating bansa, maaari po nating sabihin na ang kanilang mga sinasabi laban sa mga pulis at mga enforcers ay may punto at may katwiran. Mr. Speaker, hayaan po ninyo na magbigay ako ng ilang mga halimbawa ng mga dinadanas ng mga kapatid nating motorista kaugnay sa mga maling pagpapatupad ng batas na lalong nagpapahirap sa buhay ng mga ito at ng kanilang pamilya. Isang rider po nahuli sa Antipolo City ng local enforcer. Siya po ay tinikitan at kinumpiska ang kanyang lisensya. Habang siya naman po ay pabalik na sa kanilang tahanan, siya po ay nahuli ng Makati Police at inimpound ang kanyang motorsiklo. Isang rider po na naninirahan sa Valenzuela City, nahuli po siya dahil sa minor traffic violation. Kinumpiska po ang kanyang lisensya. Makalipas po nito, dahil siya po ang hanap buhay po niya ay delivery rider, siya po ay napadpad sa Binyan City. Muli, siya po ay na-checkpoint ng police, ng enforcer. At dahil po ang dala niyang ticket, traffic citation ticket, inimpound po ng nasabing enforcer sa Binyan City ang motorsiklo ng ating kapatid na rider. Truck driver po, nahuli sa Pasig City. Kinumpiska po ang kanyang lisensya. At makalipas po ang isang araw, siya naman po ay dumako sa Bacoor City. Ganon din po. Dahil ang dala niyang ticket, traffic citation ticket, ay hindi in-honor ng pulis ng Bacoor City. Ang kanya pong motorsiklo ay inimpound. Mr. Speaker, marami pong truck drivers, partikular ang mga galing pa ng Visayas and Mindanao, ang napipilitang magsuhol o maglagay na lamang sa ilang mga pulis at ilang mga enforcers sa Kamaynilaan dahil alam po nila kahit mali ang panguhuli sa kanila, higit na malaki ang mawawala at abala kung sila ay magko-contest pa. Yan po ay ilan lamang sa mga pang-abuso, resulta ng maling pagpapatupad ng batas. Mr. Speaker, ang mga nabanggit ko po ay ilan lamang sa mga dinadanas ng mga kapatid nating motorista. Maaring nalilimutan po ng marami sa atin na malaki ang ambag ng mga riders at ng mga truck drivers sa pag-usad ng ating ekonomiya, lalo na po sa panahon na mayroon tayong pandemya. Hindi po natin hinahangad na bigyan ng special attention at pagtingin ang mga kapatid nating motorista. Ang tanging hangad lamang po natin para sa kanila ay makamit ang maayos at tamang pagpapatupad ng batas para ito ay hindi magdulot ng karagdagang pahirap sa kanilang buhay at sa buhay ng kanilang kapamilya. Mr. Speaker, hiniling ko po sa inyo at sa ating mga kapatid na mambabatas dito sa Kongreso na mabigyan po ako ng opportunity na makapagpahayag sa araw na ito. At ako naman po ay mapalad na inyong pinagbigyan bilang isang kasapi ng House of Representatives. At ngayon, Mr. Speaker, nais ko pong ibalita at ipaalam sa inyong lahat, lalo't higit sa ating mga kababayan, partikular sa mga kapatid nating motorista at sa kanilang pamilya. Naglabas na po ng tugon sa idinulog nating problema kaugnay sa mga naunang nabanggit ang buting Secretary ng DILG, Honorable Secretary Attorney Benjamin C. Abalos Jr. Hayaan po ninyo, Mr. Speaker, nabasahin ko po ang naturang memorandum. Republic of the Philippines, Department of the Interior and Local Government, DILG, Napolcom Center, EDSA, Corner, Quezon Avenue, West Triangle, Quezon City. Memorandum 2. All provincial governors, city mayors, municipal mayors, presiding officers, and members of the Sanggunian at the provincial, city, and municipal levels, DILG regional directors, Bar Minister of the Interior and Local Government, and others concerned. Subject, reiteration of pertinent provisions on road safety and transportation, dated September 14, 2022. To continuously ensure compliance to laws and policies, particularly on road safety and transportation, the following provision of the DILG-DOTC Joint Memorandum Circular Number 01, Series 2008 with subject, guidelines in the review of local ordinances, orders, rules, and regulations concerning public transportation is hereby reiterated. On the issuance of traffic citation tickets, the LGUs can issue traffic citation tickets, but only the LTO and their deputized agents can confiscate driver's license. Further, local government units are directed to review their ordinances, orders, and local policies to ensure conformity and compliance with the said provision and with the entirety of the above-cited Joint Memorandum Circular. All DILG regional directors are directed to cause the widest and immediate dissemination of this memorandum in their areas of responsibility and to ensure LGU's compliance therewith. For guidance and compliance of all concerned, signed, Attorney Benjamin C. Abalos Jr., Secretary, DILG. Mr. Speaker, malinaw po na sinasabi ng Joint Memorandum Circular ng DILG, DOTC, at ng memorandum na nilabas ng Secretary ng DILG. At ito po ay hango sa Republic Act 4136, also known as Land Transportation and Traffic Code of the Philippines. Sinasabi po dito, ang mga local traffic enforcers at mga police officers na nakatalaga sa mga lokal na pamahalaan ay maaaring mag-ticket sa mga motorista na may paglabag, pero ang LTO enforcers lamang at mga deputized enforcers ito, katulad ng HPG personnel, NLEX and SLEX personnel, at iba pang maaari magkumpiska ng lisensya sa pagmamaneho. Mr. Speaker, sa ngalan po ng batas at ng tunay na serbisyo publiko, hinihiling po sa lahat ng mga kinaukulan sa lokal na pamahalaan na tuldukan na po natin ang maling pagpapatupad ng batas at mga ordinansa na lalong nagpapahirap sa mga motorista at sa kanilang pamilya. Huwag po ninyong ipakumpiska ang lisensya ng mga kapatid nating motorista kung hindi deputized ng LTO ang inyong mga enforcers at ang inyong mga police officers na nakatalaga sa inyong pamahalaan. Ipakita po nating lahat sa taong bayan na tayo bilang halal na lingkod ng bayan ay marunong sumunod sa batas at marunong tayong magpatupad ng batas. Sa ganitong pamamaraan, Mr. Speaker, kung may papatupad po natin ng tamang batas para sa mga motorista, una, gagaan ang problemang dinadanas ng mga kapatid nating motorista, Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao. Ikalawa, aangat ang respeto at tiwala ng mga motorista sa mga pulis at mga traffic enforcers. Ikatlo, maalis sa kaisipan ng mga kapatid nating motorista na sila ay ginagatasan ng mga lokal na pamahalaan. Ikaapat, magiging epektibo ang koleksyon ng mga lokal na pamahalaan sa pamamagitan ng GCash collection system at iba pa na maaari nilang gawin. At ikalima, mararamdaman ng mga kapatid nating motorista, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao at ng kanilang pamilya na tayong mga nanunungkulan ay tunay na mga public servants. Sa ating Pangulo na pumili at nagtalaga sa buting Secretary ng DILG, President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. Maraming salamat po at napili po ninyo ang buting DILG Secretary. Sa buting Secretary ng DILG, dedicated and very professional public servant na nagbigay ng solusyon sa pangunahing problema na dinadanas ng mga kapatid nating motorista, Attorney Benjamin C. Abalos Jr., sa ating Speaker of the House of Representatives na laging nakasuporta, lalo na sa mga bagong members of House of Representatives na katulad ko, Congressman Ferdinand Martin Gomez Romualdez, sa mga kapatid nating members of House of Representatives, especially to our Majority Floor Leader, Congressman Manuel Jose Manix M. Dalipe, and our Minority Floor Leader, Congressman Marcelino C. Libanan, sa aking kasama, Congressman Attorney Ros Gutierrez, our Chairman, officers and members of One Rider Party List, sa aking pamilya, mga kaibigan, at mga walang sawang sumusuporta sa ating advokasya para sa mga kapatid nating motorista at sa lahat ng ating mga kapwa Pilipino. Sa officers and members ng Rider Safety Advocates of the Philippines, RSAP, sa officers and members ng Road Safety Advocates of the Philippines, RSAP, sa aking mga brothers and sisters sa Epsilon, Upsilon, Pi, and Sigma, Fraternity and Sorority, sa iba't ibang mga Riders Club and organizations na walang sawang nakikibaka para ipagtanggol at proteksyonan ang hanay ng mga motorista, at sa lahat ng aking mga nakasama sa Philippine Constabulary, PCAFP, and Philippine National Police. Sa inyong lahat, maraming salamat po.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Honorable Rex T. Gatchalian from the 1st District of Valenzuela City for his interpellation.
The Honorable Rex Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was wondering if the gentleman, although he left the rostrum already, if pahihintulutan po tayo ng kagalang-galang na representante ng One Rider para magtanong ng iilang mga katanungan tungkol sa kanyang privilege speech.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat. Mr. Speaker, minsan sa buhay ko rin ho na nanungkulan ho ako bilang alkalde ng dakilang lungsod ng Valenzuela City. 3 termino po. And kasama ho ng ating nagtalumpating kasama, naniniwala ho ako na dapat pangalagaan ang kapakanan ng ating mga riders. Nakikiisa ho, palagay ko lahat ho tayo dito, nakikiisa sa kanyang adhikain na dapat mabigyan ng proteksyon ang bawat mamamayan, lalong-lalo na ang ating magigiting ng mga riders na patuloy na nagdadala ng serbisyo sa taong bayan. Ang una kong katanungan, tama ho ba ang aking pagkakaunawa sa kanyang talumpati na okay na ang mga traffic enforcer natin dapat magbigay ng ticket pero hindi confiscate yung lisensya? Tama ho ba ang aking pagkakaintindi?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Una po, kagalang-galang na congressman sa ating kasama mula sa Valenzuela City. Una po, ang nagsasabi po nito ay batas, hindi po ang One Rider Party List. Pangalawa po, ito po ay ginagawa ng ibang lokal na pamahalaan, partikular po ang Alaminos City, Ordaneta City, Pangasinan at iba pa. Mr. Speaker, ulitin ko lamang po, ang nagsasabi po nito ay batas, hindi po ang sinuman. Kaya po, kinakailangan po nating sundin ito para hindi po magdulot ng perwisyo sa mga motorista at sa kanilang pamilya. Maliban pa po diyan, Mr. Speaker, ito pong inilabas na Joint Memorandum Circular ng DILG and DOTC na kung saan naglabas din po ng bagong Memorandum ang butihing Secretary ng DILG, Honorable Secretary Attorney Benjamin C. Abalos Jr. Nais ko lamang po ipalala sa ating lahat, siya po ay lawyer, abogado, at hindi po siya maglalabas ng ganito kung ito po ay hindi alinsunod sa batas. Again, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to our kapatid na congressman, ito po ay kailangan nating ipatupad dahil ito po ang sinasabi at idinidikta ng batas.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not question the laws cited or the memorandum circular cited by the good gentleman from One Rider. I just wanted to clarify if my understanding of his privileged speech was correct. Now, Mr. Speaker, my next question will be, what will be the means o ano po ang magiging ngipin ng mga alkalde sa pagpapatupad ng batas trapiko, lalong-lalo na sa Metro Manila na nagkakabuhol-buhol na ho ang traffic, kung ang gagamitin lang nilang kapangyarihan na ay magbigay ng ticket, paano ho natin masisigurado na susunod rin yung mga rider natin at babayaran nila yung ticket? Kasi nung mayor ho ako, meron ho akong mga experience na halos 100 na yung ticket na hawak-hawak nung isang rider, pero hindi niya tinutubos. Minsan galing sa 12 syudad at dahil wala tayong central na database tungkol sa mga tickets na to, patuloy pa rin pumapasada, patuloy pa rin ginagamit ang kanya motor vehicle kahit na 12 na mahigit ang kanya mga ticket. So ang bottom line ho na ng tanong ko, ano yung magiging ngipin ng mga ticket na yon kung hindi naman ho natin kukunin yung lisensya pansamantala?
Mr. Speaker, bago ko po sanggutin ang katanungan po ng buting gentleman from Valenzuela City, gusto ko po ipaalam sa ating lahat, may mga lokal na pamahalaan po na napakaraming lisensya ang nakatambak sa kanilang opisina. Bakit po? Bigyan ko po kayo ng isang halimbawa. Halimbawa po, ako na isang Kabitenyo ay nahuli sa Bicol Region dahil sa simpleng paglabag. Ito po ang ginagawa ng iba. Nagpapagawa po sila ng affidavit of loss at sila po ay nag-a-apply ng bagong lisensya sa LTO. Bakit po? Paano naman po ang gagawin ng isang motorista na babalik pa ba siya sa Bicol Region para magbayad ng 200 pesos na multa? Mr. Speaker, kaugnay po doon sa katanungan ng gentleman from Valenzuela City. Ang nakikita po nating maganda na maaari nating gawin ay maaari naman po nating, by the way, para mas maging malinaw na lamang po, sa Mandaluyong City po, kung naalala po ninyo yung dating ordinansa na ipinatutupad nila na ipinagbabawal ang angkas sa motorsiklo, yan po ay sinuspende na po ng buting Secretary ng DILG. Marami na po ang nakasuhan dahil sila ay hindi nagbayad ng kaukulang multa. Ang ibig pong sabihin dito, kung hindi po magsesettle ng multa ang motorista na may paglabag, ito po ay maaari nating sampahan ng kaukulang kaso. At alam naman po natin, ito po ay madali para sa mga lokal na pamahalaan para gawin po ito. Mr. Speaker, ang punto lamang po dito, at alam ko naman na na-recognize ng buting gentleman from Valenzuela City. Una, nasa batas. Pangalawa, gusto po natin ay hindi ito magsilbing pabigat sa buhay ng mga motorista, Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao. At may mga pamamaraan po na madali nating masisingil sila. Pwede po natin sigurong i-revise ang ating ticket. At alam naman po nating lahat na meron na po tayong modern technology, partikular yung pagbabayad po natin sa pamamagitan ng GCash o ano pa, o sa pamamagitan po ng, o sa tulong ng mga lehitimong bangko po, katulad ng Land Bank at iba pa, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, lilinawin ko lamang po. Naniniwala ako na ang teknolohiya magagamit ho yan para pabilisin yung pagtubos. Pero kung wala naman hong tutubusin, para sa anuhin teknolohiya? Ang bottom line ko ho nun, paano ho natin masisigurado na ang isang patuloy na pasaway na motorista, hindi naman sila marami, pero medyo rin, paano nga ho na magkakaroon ng ngipin yung mga ticket kung talagang hindi naman ho natin kukunin yung driver's license? What will be the main motivating factor or disincentive of that driver to pay up and not to commit the crime again if we're not getting his ticket temporarily? We are not confiscating it permanently, but we are taking it temporarily. Ano ho ang magiging sanction na meron? Ano ho ang ngipin? Bukod sa narinig ko na kakasuhan po, Mr. Speaker, which alam naman natin, punong-puno na ang ating mga korte ng napakaraming kaso. Samot-sari na. Kaya nga gumawa na ho ng small claims court. Pero kung lahat na lang ng traffic violation, doon rin natin ho itatapon, doon natin ilalagay, palagay ko wala na hong magagawa yung mga korte ho natin. So ulitin ko, hindi ho ako tumututol na gamitin ng teknolohiya sa pagtubos ng mga driver's license. Sa Valenzuela, ginagamit na ho namin ng GCash. Pero ano hong tutubusin kung wala naman hong license na kinonfiscate?
Mr. Speaker, alam na alam ng mga motorista at alam nating lahat na valid ang ticket ng mga lokal na pamahalaan. Lamang ang tinututulan po natin ay yung hindi pagsunod sa batas. Naintindihan ko po, Mr. Speaker, ang binabanggit po ng gentleman from Valenzuela City. But, wala po tayong magagawa. Ito po ang inuutos ng batas, Mr. Speaker. At kailangan po natin sundin para maproteksyonan ang ating mga kapatid na motorista. Katulad po ng aking nabanggit, Mr. Speaker. Ulitin ko po. Halimbawa po, ako ay taga-Cavite, taga-probinsya ng Cavite. Napadpad ako sa Tugigaraw. It's almost 500 kilometers away from Cavite. Kakailanganin ko pa po ba na bumalik sa Tugigaraw para bayaran ang maliit na halaga ng multa? Samantalang hindi po ba mas madali kung sa pamamagitan ng GCash ay aking ipadadala yung aking multa sa lokal na pamahalaan ng Tugigaraw City? Ang punto po dito, Mr. Speaker, is totoo po na may mga motorista na may paglabag. Pero hindi po dapat maging dahilan yan para lumaki ang kanilang problema dahil sa hindi natin pagsunod sa batas, partikular ito pong Republic Act 4136. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, kung ako ay mahuli sa Tugigaraw City, Biyernes, alam po natin, hindi naman agad-agad matutubos ang aking lisensya at kinakailangan ako'y bumalik sa aking probinsya. Paglabas po ng naturang bayan, tinatrato po ng mga pulis at enforcers na ako ay driving without license. Kinukumpiska po nila ang motorsiklo. Sa madaling salita, Mr. Speaker, dahil sa hindi pagsunod sa batas ng ilang mga lokal na pamahalaan, lalong naghihirap ang buhay ng mga motorista at ng kanilang pamilya. Dagdag ko pa dito, Mr. Speaker. Bakit nagagawa ng lokal na pamahalaan ng Alamino City, ng Ordaneta City, at ng iba pa sa Pangasinan? Bakit hindi kayang gawin ng ibang mga lokal na pamahalaan? Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I know there's a whole bunch of people wanting to do more privileged speeches this afternoon. But let me just put it on record. Paulit-ulit ho sinasabi ng ating kasamahan sa One Rider Party List na yung batas. Tama ho yun. Pero hindi ko ho alam kung familiar ho siya na sa RA 7160, yung Local Government Code, ang police powers ng mayor to include the traffic management is a devolved power of the local government. At hindi ho sila lumalabag sa batas dahil lahat naman ho ng traffic citation, dumadaan ho yan sa sangguniang panglungsod, sangguniang pambayan ng bawat syudad. And let us keep on going back to the original notion. A ordinance or a local law is considered valid until it is challenged in court. Pwede naman ho siguro dalhin ng one rider party list ang mga individual na mga traffic ordinances ng bawat syudad sa mga lokal na korte para malaman ho natin kung nag-violate ho sila. So hindi ho tama siguro na paulit-ulit na sinasabi na yun ang batas dahil ang batas sa 7160 sa Local Government Code fully devolved ang police powers at ang traffic management sa lokal na mga pamahalaan. Pero again, this will take a whole evening of debating about it. My last point, Mr. Speaker, kung pahihintulutan pa rin ho ng ating kaibigan mula sa One Rider Party List. Makailan na pag-usapan yung NCAP o yung No Contact Apprehension Policy ng mga syudad, kasama ang Valenzuela City ho dyan. Gusto ko lang humalaman kung kanina kasi paulit-ulit rin sinasabi ng ating kaibigan mula sa party list na yung talamak daw yung pangungotong or yung pangangingikil ng mga ibang traffic enforcer at ng mga policemen dahil naaabuso nila yung pagkonpiska ng mga driver's license. Gusto ko lang humalaman, yung ating kasamahan ba ay sang-ayon na ipatupad tong NCAP nationwide?
Mr. Speaker, bago ko po sagutin ang katanungan ng gentleman from Valenzuela City, hayaan po ninyo na banggitin ko po yung response ko doon sa huling nabanggit niya. Totoo po na mayroong kapangyarihan ng mga lokal na pamahalaan base po sa Local Government Code of the Philippines. Totoo po. At hindi naman pwedeng questionin yan. Pero, hindi po pwede na ang lokal na pamahalaan ay magpapatupad ng anumang batas na sasalungat po sa national law.
Mr. Speaker, again, like I said, we can keep on going back and forth with the legality of which national law we can cite because I'm equally citing another Republic Act that devolves traffic management and the overall function of police powers to the local mayors. But doon na lang ho ako siguro, para wakasan ko ang aking pagtatanong, doon na lang ho ako siguro doon sa huli kong tanong. Bagamat may temporary restraining order, gusto ko lang malaman na in the future, kung sakaling talakayin na to sa Supreme Court, ang One Rider Party List ba ay sang-ayon sa pagpapatupad ng NCAP nationally? Dahil ito ay isang paraan para masugpo natin yung pangingikil, yung pang-aabuso ng ating mga traffic enforcers dahil kinukuha nila yung license at subject to may human subjectivity.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Maganda po ang NCAP. Hindi may tatanggi. Dahil diyan po ay mapipigilan ang pangangotong at pangabuso ng ilang mga pulis at ng ilang mga traffic enforcers. Ang kino-question lamang po natin kaugnay sa pagpapatupad ng NCAP is yung pong sistema. Ano po yung sistema? Mr. Speaker, marami ng motorista ang nagkaproblema dahil sa NCAP. Para po maging malinaw sa bawat isa sa atin, hayaan po ninyo na magbigay ako ng maikling kwento. Isang rider, after several months, siya po ay magre-renew ng motorsiklo niya, ng registro ng kanyang motorsiklo. Sabi po ng LTO, Mr. X, bumalik ka muna sa lokal na pamahalaan ng Maynila, nakalarma ang iyong motorsiklo. Pagpunta po niya sa Maynila, lokal na pamahalaan ng Maynila, napag-alaman po niya, Mr. Speaker, more than 90,000 pesos ang kanyang mumultahan dito. Bakit po? Hindi po nabigyan siya ng kaukulang notice doon sa kanyang paglabag. Araw-araw, Mr. Speaker, paulit-ulit yung kanyang paglabag. Bakit po nangyari ito? Ang rehistro po ng kanyang motorsiklo ay naka-address sa Maynila, samantalang siya ay kasalukuyang naninirahan sa Cavite. Sa madaling salita, Mr. Speaker, nire-recognize natin yung sinasabing ignorance of the law excuses no one. Pero, kung sana naipadala agad ang notice of violation sa nasabing rider, hindi sana magpapatong-patong ang kanyang violations na nagkakahalaga ng almost more than 90,000 pesos. Mr. Speaker, yan po ay isa lamang sa mga halimbawa, pero napakarami na po ang nagulat dahil napakalaki ng halaga na sinisingil sa kanila ng lokal na pamahalaan. Ang punto natin dito, Mr. Speaker, maganda ang NCAP, pabor tayo sa NCAP, pero kung hindi mariresolba ang mga problema na dapat maisaayos muna, tayo po ay tumututol sa pagpapatupad ng NCAP, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Sa punto na to, naniniwala ko na yung debate ng NCAP ay another topic for another day. Nais ko hong pasalamatan muli ang ating butihing kasamahan mula sa One Rider Party List at ulitin ko po, nakikisa ho ang representante na to sa pagsulong ng karapatan ng ating mga riders, pero bilang chairman ng Local Government Committee sa Mababang Kapulungan, naniniwala pa rin ako na ang traffic management, ang police powers ay devolved functions ng mga alkalde na kinikilala ng RA 7160. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat po sa Honorable Congressman Gatchalian from Valenzuela City. Sa ating lahat po, sa aking mga kasama, muli, maraming salamat po sa inyong oras na pinagkaloob sa akin. God bless po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Bonifacio Busita of One Rider Party List and its interpellation to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
There is
So
a
move,
mo-
Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion. Any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to recognize Representative Linabel Ruth Villarica of the 4th District of Bulacan for her privileged speech on breast cancer awareness. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The representative from the 4th District of Bulacan, Representative Linabel Ruth Villarica, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, good afternoon. Allow me to avail of this privileged hour to invite your attention and that of my esteemed colleagues to the upcoming celebration of the Pink October Breast Cancer Awareness Month. It is an honor for me as President of the Association of Women Legislators Foundation, Incorporated, to once again usher in this mark of our commitment that has become an annual tradition here in Congress in cooperation of the Committee on Women and Gender Equality. The AWLFI continues to champion breast cancer awareness because of the disturbing confluence of two factors regarding breast cancer in our country. While it is prevalent, it is often diagnosed only when it is already at its latter stages. It has affected 27,163 Filipinas in 2020, while the total of 9,926 died from it, making breast cancer the most prevalent form of cancer in our country and the number 3 killer for the same year, according to GloboCan 2020. Our country has the highest prevalence of breast cancer in Asia and the 9th highest in the world, as stated in a meta-analysis of 5 studies by René Argenal in 2019. Tragically, prevention and treatment services for non-communicable diseases like cancer were severely disrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic and its resulting lockdown. In an informal survey by the Philippine Society of Medical Oncology among their members last year, they determined that 73.91% of their patients deteriorated or died. Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, indeed, to unpack the data being presented on breast cancer is to uncover the conditions of our women. When data says the risk of breast cancer has increased from 1 in 22 to 1 in 8 over the years, we must ask, how have our women become more exponentially prone to breast cancer? Aside from the established risk factors related to women's reproductive cycle, like early age upon menstruation, late age at first full-term pregnancy, number of children she has, weight, and genetic predisposition, there is indication that women who work the graveyard shift may face up to 60% higher risk of breast cancer compared to those who never work at night. Apparently, nighttime sleep deprivation or exposure to light at night somehow interrupts melatonin production. It stimulates the ovaries to release additional estrogen, which is a known hormonal promoter of breast cancer. This was indicated in a study by the US-based Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center, as cited in www.pinoyinaction.com on February 12, 2010. Clearly, cancer control in our country has to address this matter because, as per data from the International Labor Organization way back in 2016, the business process outsourcing industry in the Philippines that had reached 1.3 million was already composed of 53.2% women. Mr. Speaker, may I propose that the DOH, if need be, prepare supplemental funds in its proposed 2023 budget for cancer prevention and awareness. There must be particular focus directed to the greater number of women in the workforce of the BPO industry who are at greater risk due to their nighttime work schedule. The National Integrated Cancer Control Act, or NICA, seals our commitment to the establishment of a cancer control policy in every workplace. As stated, and I quote, "It shall form part of employee benefits in the formal sector, covering the entire cancer continuum, including genetic counseling and testing, to screening, diagnosis, and palliative care, treatment, rehabilitation, survivorship, or hospice care." Notable with the NICA is a Cancer Assistance Fund that we must fund robustly to help pay for treatment, expand PhilHealth benefit packages in cancer, and support bigger cancer awareness campaigns. After all, it has been determined that 70% of those who have breast cancer in our country are indigents. Before the pandemic, I myself have experienced sponsoring free medical missions for breast and cervical examinations, as well as buccal surgery with our partner surgical teams from St. Luke's Foundation and my own local club, Suroptimist International of May Kawayan. They are here in the gallery right now in support of this advocacy. Sadly, in our communities, we would see patients with unignored symptoms who were apprehensive of burdening their loved ones and therefore they first tried out alternative medicine alone, which then caused further delay in getting cancer treatment. The irony of this in breast cancer is that it is treatable at the early stage. May I also point out that while rare, breast cancer also affects men. Yes, it happens because men have breast tissue too. So may I just be vocal now about the cultural unease from talking about suso. Shame and fear delay treatment and compound the myth or misunderstanding that breast cancer examination is needed only if a lump or pain is felt. This much is indicated in a 2018 study by Wu and Lee, where among 944 women in Leyte, over 80% had never had clinical breast examination, while only 8% reported having had a mammogram. In both cases, these services were sought not for screening purposes, but for diagnosis because apparently the women were already feeling some symptoms. To reiterate, let me emphasize two words: routine screening and screening. A population-based screening program is an effective cost and lifesaver. Breast care examinations and mammograms must be a normal part of our women's routine checkups at the age of 40, a proactive way of asserting that breast cancer is preventable and treatable. Sa aking mga kasuso, sa aking mga kaisang dibdib, yes, by breast friends among our legislators, we must invest and implement cost-effective programs for cancer control and early detection. Let us make sure that our whole cancer care infrastructure gets the robust funding to reduce the disease burden on our people. Mr. Speaker, we have every reason to celebrate Pink October. With timely intervention, breast cancer need not be a death sentence. Women can and do recover to go on and live healthy and hope-filled lives. For this year's Breast Cancer Awareness Month, the AWLFI is conducting free breast and cervical screening for the mighty women workforce of these chambers. We undertook this when I was the president of AWLFI in the 17th Congress, and AWLFI shall continue advocating this timely endeavor. Furthermore, one of the AWLFI's fundraising beneficiaries before was the PGH Children's Cancer Unit. Now we are partnering with Surreptitious International of Ortigas and the Environs, which has not only been conducting these services for free to indigent cancer patients with its partner for 2 decades now, the Philippine Cancer Society Incorporated, but continues to raise funds so it can continue to expand its breast cancer advocacy to more communities. Our upcoming event shall be undertaken in cooperation with the Committee on Women and Gender Equality, the HREP GOD Focal Point, and the HREP Medical and Dental Service. Pre-registration forms shall be made available, and we hope that around 100 from the House Secretariat and congressional staff shall avail of the free breast and cervical screening on October 6, 2022 at the North Wing Lobby. Dr. Romeo Marcaida, Program Director of the Philippine Cancer Society, shall also hold an awareness lecture on breast and cervix health. Then, after results of the screenings are determined, patients with findings may also benefit from free ultrasound and cryotherapy treatment. In closing, may I also take this opportunity to thank our AWLFI chairperson, Representative Yeda Marie Romualdez, for her inspiration and her continued commitment to the AWLFI's breast cancer advocacy. Thank you for this occasion, Mr. Speaker, to shine a light on the need to safeguard the breast cancer risk of our women in the workforce and to usher with hope the celebration of Pink October, the Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the House of Representatives. Mabuhay ang kababaihan.
Mr.
Maraming
Speaker.
salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the Honorable Congresswoman Janet Garin for her interpellation.
Congresswoman Janet Garin is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, will the gentle lady, the distinguished lady from Bulacan yield to a few questions?
I would be honored, Representative Janet Garin, our former Department of Health Secretary. I'm sure that you are the better expert of this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The reason why your speech caught my attention, not only me as a mother, as a doctor, but many other women here who are at risk of developing cancer. May I know, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, the age of women usually inflicted with breast cancer? Mga ilang taon po ang mga babaeng nagkakasakit ng breast cancer?
Kasi wala na yatang age ngayon eh. Even children, they also, I've heard that there are also children who are now having this, have been diagnosed with breast cancer.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, yung bang mga nagkakasakit ng cancer, karamihan ba sa kanila meron ding mga anak at may pamilya?
Yes.
And Mr.
Kaya
Speaker,
ang sabi ko nga kanina, kailangan ng tulong ang mga indigents kasi sila yung mas nagkakaroon ng ganitong sakit.
And Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, sa ganitong sitwasyon po ba, ang ibig sabihin ba dito, isang nanay na nagkakasakit ng cancer ay nagdadala ng dagok sa buong kakayahan ng pamilya, kumain, magpaaral, maghanap buhay. Ibig sabihin, the certain case of breast cancer in a family actually pulls down the economic status of that family. Where our distinguished president of AWLFI agree to the statement?
I'm pretty sure talaga hong affected ang family kasi ito ay tuloy-tuloy ang treatment at hindi naman ito yung mura lang na treatment kundi very expensive for a family that is poor.
Yeah, and Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, sa kultura po kasi natin mga Pilipino, bahala ng isang ang lahat, masalba lang ang buhay. Hindi po ba ganun tayo, lalo na't kapag babae ang natatamaan ng sakit? Sang-ayon po ba dito yung ating distinguished representative?
Again, I didn't get your...
Sa kultura ng Pilipino, kapag merong isang nanay na nagkakasakit, lalo na't ito'y cancer at sabi nyo nga masakit sa bulsa, kalimitan ang nangyayari ay isinasangla ang lahat-lahat. Bahala ng maubos, mabuhay lang si nanay. Sang-ayon po ba dito, Mr. Speaker, yung ating kagalang-galang na representante?
Siyempre, isasanla kung talagang wala ng pagkukuhanan dahil siyempre ang buhay natin ay napakahalaga, lalo't-lalo na kung ikaw ang ina ang nagkakaroon ng sakit, pati na rin yung mga anak mo, maaapektuhan na rin sila.
In other words, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, narinig po natin kanina at klarong-klaro po na hinaing ng ating kagalang-galang na representante ay kung maaga sana na malalaman na may cancer or breast cancer ang isang babae, ay matutulungan at masasalba yung kanyang buhay because based on what we understand with science, it's actually one of the most treatable cancer among female. Ganun po ba ang ating pag-intindi?
Ganun nga ang, as I said, sa ating mga studies, ay treatable in the early stage of cancer. So sana hindi natin hintayin na may maramdaman at sana nga, sabi ko nga, screening ang kailangan natin at magkaroon din tayo ng routine check-up.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, it's laudable that we are hearing from a fellow female legislator the importance of saving our women from this deadly but preventable cancer. So, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, minsan po ang palagi nating hinaing ay maghanap ng solusyon sa isang problema. But we do laud our leader among women legislators because she is not only standing for a cause, but she is making all our voices loud and clear to be heard na sa panahon ngayon na meron namang gamot at sana wala na o kung maibsan ang namamatay sa breast cancer, we all set aside budget, we all make people more aware dahil kung maaga na nalalaman na may breast cancer or nagsisimula pa lang ang sakit na ito sa isang babae, ay hindi lang buhay niya ang ating maisasalba, pero maisasalba natin ang kanyang pamilya, ang kanyang mga mahal sa buhay, ang ekonomiya nila, at ang kanyang mga apo na hinihintay ang kanyang pag-asikaso. With that, Mr. Speaker, let me congratulate our leader among the female legislators because she is the exact replica of how and what a concerned mother should be. Congratulations, and may you be very successful in this endeavor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Representative Janet Garini.
Thank you, Congressman Garin and Congresswoman Villarica. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas for her manifestation.
The Congresswoman Arlene Brosas is now recognized for her manifestation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this representation fully supports the advocacy of the good sponsor, Representative Villarica, on the commemoration of the Pink October Breast Cancer Awareness Month. While we underscore the need to raise the capacity of our public health system to become more responsive to women's health issues. Mr. Speaker, batay sa ilang pag-aaral, maging ang impormasyon at awareness hinggil sa breast examination ay hindi laganap at may mali pang pag-unawa. At isang salik dito ay ang kawalan ng institusyonal na promosyon ng breast cancer awareness sa ating bansa. Kapos na kapos din ang breast cancer screening services na mayroon sa mga pampublikong ospital at health centers. Mammography remains cost-prohibitive for many Filipino women, and screening mammography is not readily available in many rural areas in the country. Kaya po, napakahalaga ang isinusulong na advokasya ng ating butihing sponsor. Kaugnay ng breast cancer awareness, kaisa po kami sa Gabriela Party List sa adhikaing ito at patuloy nating iginigiit ang pagpondo sa serbisyong kalusugan, partikular sa mga kababaihan. The whole spectrum of services in relation to women's health has been relegated to the backseat for so long. It is high time that we take these issues to the fore and help uplift the state of Filipino women's health and promote accessibility and affordability of public health services in general. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po kay Congresswoman Villarica sa kanyang pagpuput forward ng breast cancer awareness month. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Congresswoman Brosas, for that manifestation. The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also move that we recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman for his manifestation.
The gentleman from the 1st District of Albay, Congressman Edsel Lagman, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did not rise to interpolate the Honorable Representative Villarica, but to profusely congratulate her for a very outstanding privilege speech. The reproductive health law also covers the prevention and treatment of cancer. And I would like to confirm that breast cancer also afflicts men.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, several years ago, a male member of this House was afflicted with cancer. And he was able to recover, and he went back to serve his constituents. But I would like to share an unfortunate information to the distinguished Representative Linabel Villarica. The Department of Health, during its budget hearing, told the Committee on Appropriations that it has zero appropriation for the prevention and treatment of cancer. And their proposal was not approved by the Department of Budget and Management on cancer prevention and treatment. I would like to urge the collective wisdom of this House next week when we consider the budget of the General Appropriations Bill to appropriate the necessary amounts in the budget of the Department of Health for the treatment and prevention of all types of cancer, including breast cancer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations again, Your Honor.
Thank you, Congressman Lagman, for that manifestation. The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move that we, for her manifestation, the Honorable Ruth Mariano Hernandez via Zoom. Honorable Speaker, I so move.
Congresswoman Ruth Hernandez is now recognized via Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition to give way for my short manifestation. Magandang hapon po sa inyo and to the members of this august body. Mr. Speaker, firstly, this representation congratulates and commends our colleague, Representative Linabel Villarica, for bringing up the issue of breast cancer in view of the upcoming Breast Cancer Awareness Month in October. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, may I manifest that individual and institutional efforts of government and of the private sector are important to address this disease. We all have roles to play in advocating breast cancer awareness. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, in support to our shared advocacy on breast cancer awareness, particularly in Manila, we are continuing convergence initiatives with the national and the Laguna provincial government. As part of this effort, we are putting up a women wellness center in Bae District Hospital that is situated in my hometown at Bae, Laguna. This center is dedicated to women's health issues, including breast cancer prevention and awareness, and diagnostic and screening laboratory workup for breast. Convergence, coming together and helping each and every woman and her family on the local level is crucial in the nationwide campaign for breast cancer awareness. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. On that note, again, my utmost appreciation and congratulations to our dear colleague and breast cancer awareness advocate, Representative Linabel Ruth Villarica. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po muli sa inyo at sa lahat ng mga kasamahan sa 19th Congress.
Thank you, Congresswoman Hernandez, for that manifestation. The Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the privileged speech of the Honorable Villarica and its interpellations be referred to the Committee on Rules. I so move.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The privileged speech of Congresswoman Linabel Villarica is referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Before we continue with the privilege hour, Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the guest of Representative Kiko Benitez, City Councilor Lindon Bernardo of Silay City, Negros Occidental. Welcome to the
Guest of Representative Jose Francisco Kiko Benitez of the 3rd District of Negros Occidental, City Councilor Lindon Bernardo of Silay City of Negros Occidental. Welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for an extension of our privilege hour for 30 minutes. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the privilege hour is extended for another 30 minutes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Franz L. Castro of Party List ACT Teachers for her privileged speech.
The representative of the Party List ACT Teachers, Representative Franz Castro, is now recognized.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Magandang hapon, Ginoong Speaker, sa mga kapwa ko kinatawan at sa ating mga kababayan. Sa darating na ika-21 ng Setyembre, gugunitain natin ang ika-50 taon ng Deklarasyon ng Batas Militar. Marami pa ang hindi nakakakuha ng hustisya, lalo na ang mga biktima ng mga human rights violations, ng extrajudicial killings, ang mga pamilya ng mga desaparecidos at ang mamamayan na biktima ng pandarambong. Hindi pa po tapos ang pag-compensate at pagkilala sa mga biktima ng martial law sa pamamagitan ng RA 10368 o ang Martial Law Victims Compensation Law. Ginoong Speaker, ayon po sa Human Rights Victims Claims Board o yung HRVCB, nasa 2,326 ang nakalista sa mga pinatay o nawawala at nawawala pa rin hanggang sa kasalukuyan. 2,104 ang mga na-torture, 3,355 na sa arbitrary detention at 3,318 involuntary exile. Ngunit hindi pa ito ang totoong bilang dahil mailap pa rin ang hustisya dahil sa stringent documentation and requirements. Hindi pa rin po automatic ang pagkilala at natanggal po ang mga individual na kasama sa Hawaii class suit na aabot sa 9,539 victims sa listahan ng HRVCB. Kakaunti lamang ang nabigyan ng kompensasyon kung pagbabatayan ang datos ng Amnesty International na nasa 70,000 ang nakulong, 34,000 ang tinorture at 3,240 ang pinatay noong panahon ng martial law. Ngayon na nakabalik na po ang Marcos sa palasyo, asahan po natin ang kanilang rehabilitasyon dahil ito talaga ang kanilang minimiti, ang linisin ang kanilang pangalan at makalimutan ng lahat ang mga pagpatay, pagkawala, paglabag sa karapatang pantao, karahasan at iba pang mga masamang dulot ng deklarasyon ng batas militar. Sinilimulan na po ito sa pagpapakalat ng mga fake news sa kasaysayan at ang kanilang sabi-sabi na golden era accomplishment noong martial law. Nagkakaroon ng malawakang disinformasyon at distortion sa kasalukuyan, sa kasaysayan, lalo pa tayo ay nasa panahon ng social media kung saan mas pinaniniwalaan pa ito kaysa tunay na kasaysayan. Hindi dahil nasa poder ang pamilyang Marcos ay sila ang guguhit ng kung ano ang katotohanan, kahit kontra ang kanilang naratibo sa naranasang kinabuhay at kinamatayan ng mga mamayan noong dekada 70 hanggang ngayon. Hindi dahil pamilyang Marcos ang nasa kapangyarihan ay libre na silang pasinungalingan batay sa kanilang salita ang mga historical at legal na katotohanan. Hindi dapat makalimot ang mamamayan sa mga kasalanan ng pamilyang Marcos. Kailangan ipaalala sa mga umabot at nakaranas sa panahon ng martial law at ipaalam sa mga hindi pa buhay ang panahong iyon, ang pagmamonopolyo ng pamilyang Marcos sa kapangyarihan, ang kronismo, pandarambong sa kaba ng bayan at pagsikil sa mga karapatan ng mga mamamayan upang makapaghari sa panahong iyon. Bilang kinatawan ng mga guro, Ginoong Speaker, hinihimok ko ang ating mga kapwa guro, isa sa mga mahalagang tungkulin na itama ang kasaysayan at ituro base sa katotohanan, figures at facts at aktwal na karanasan. Kailangang maiwasto natin ang matagal na panahon ng pababaluktot sa kasaysayan at pagtatakip sa mga lagim ng batas militar. Patuloy ang panawagan namin na never again, never forget martial law. Muli, Ginoong Speaker, magandang hapon sa ating lahat. Marami pong salamat.
Majority Leader, thank you. Congresswoman Franz, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Franz Castro to the Committee on Rules. I so move.
Is there any objection? There is none. The speech of Congresswoman Franz Castro will refer to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Sergio C. Dagook of Party List APEC for his privileged speech.
Congresswoman Sergio Dagook is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po, esteemed colleagues from this August Chamber, sa ating mga kababayan, magandang hapon. Mr. Speaker, today I speak for and on behalf of the energy sector on a matter of personal and collective privilege to shed light on the contentious memorandum put forth by the Bureau of Customs, specifically on the Assessment and Operation Coordination Group, Memorandum number 242-2022, dated 15 July 2022, with the subject matter, export price of coal from Indonesia. Mr. Speaker, in essence, the memo contains revised taxation enforced on Indonesian coal imports utilized for power generation of coal-fired power plant in the country. The memo assigns a fixed rate on tax assessment which is $319 per metric ton. Mr. Speaker, the high generation charges caused by high cost of fuel, as I have pointed out in my previous privilege speech, are the main drivers of ballooning electricity rates. Adding up to their operating cost would only lead to surges in electric bills, specifically in generation component. Higher generation cost, Mr. Speaker, is passed on to the consumers through the generation component. Kapag tumaas po ang buwis sa pag-aangkat ng coal na siyang panggatong sa ating mga planta na nagsusupply ng kuryente, ito po ay ipapasa lamang ng mga planta sa mga konsumante at kinokolekta ng mga distribution utilities like electric cooperatives bilang generation charge. At kung susuriin po ninyo ang inyong electric bill, mahigit 55% nito ay napupunta sa mga power suppliers o planta. Taga-kolekta lang po ang mga distribution utilities kagaya ng electric cooperatives. Mr. Speaker, one of the commodities used for the generation of electricity is coal. Based on the latest coal statistics from the Department of Energy, 99% of the country's coal imports are from Indonesia. Out of all the coal imports for 2021, 89.02% was utilized for power generation. Our present energy mix is heavily coal dependent, drastically changing tax assessments on coal imports, especially without properly consulting the whole energy sector and its stakeholders, is a disservice to the people. Mr. Speaker, the memo, despite its intention to guard undervaluation and trade misinvoicing, has many loopholes and should be subject to further consultation and study. Number one, it does not make any distinction between low and high calorific value of coal. The calorific value is a measurement of the heating ability of coal and is needed to estimate the amount of coal needed to produce a desired amount of heat in 1 kilowatt-hour. Therefore, power generators designed to run on a low calorific value coal shall be forced to sustain the fuel increase because of the flat rate of the imported coal assessed to them. It also ignores different indexes used to contract and price coal. In a simulation conducted by the Philippine Independent Power Producers Association, or PIPA, due to the EOCG memo, what was before tax valuation of 26.5 million pesos was now reassessed to an amount of 49.5 million pesos, a difference of almost 23 million pesos. As a result of this, electricity prices may further increase by as much as 1 peso and 70 centavos per kilowatt-hour from a 600 megawatt power plant. Mr. Speaker, bilang kasapi ng sektor ng enerhiya sa matagal na panahon, mahigit 3 dekada na po ang aking ginugugol sa sektor na ito. Mabigat ang epekto ng polisiyang ito, lalo na sa ating buwanang bayarin sa kuryente, lalo po nitong tataasan ang presyo ng kuryente. Lubos po na nakababahala at nababahala ang representasyong ito sa dulot ng pagpataw ng Bureau of Customs ng isang fixed rate sa presyo ng pag-angkat ng coal o panggatong sa ating mga planta. Sa patuloy na pagtaas ng presyo ng kuryente, isang kalabisan na po ang pulisiyang lalo lamang magdadagdag sa bigat na pinapasan ng taong bayan. Coal is a commodity that is traded globally, and its prices contracts should be based on prevailing supply and demand, not on fixed rate. Mr. Speaker, I call on the attention of the Bureau of Customs to consult the affected sector, the energy sector, on the unintended consequences of revising the tax rates on coal import. The issuance of this memo is counterproductive and detrimental to the electricity end users. If the Bureau of Customs wishes to recoup losses through tax collection measures, they should not do it at the expense of the religious taxpayers. Instead, I call for a more prudent and careful review of policies so as to determine the possible financial impact to the public now that electricity rates are at an all-time high and continue to fluctuate not only in the Philippines but globally. We owe it to the people, Mr. Speaker, not to add up to their burden. The public does not deserve to endure government policies that make them suffer because they have already suffered. To the Bureau of Customs, you are barking at the wrong tree. Marami tayong taxation leakages. Ngunit naniniwala ang kinatawang ito na hindi ang pagtaas sa singil ng buhis sa coal imports ang solusyon, lalong hindi ang pagpataw ng karagdagang buhis na singilin kay Juan de la Cruz. Maawa po tayo sa taong bayan na pinagkakasya ang buwan ng kita para po sa karamihan sa ating mga kababayan. Ang bawat sentimo ay mahalaga. Isipin po natin ang kalagayan nila bago tayo magpalabas ng mga polisiya na nagdudulot ng dagdag pasanin sa kanila. Mr. Speaker, alam ko po na iisa lang ang layunin ng kongresong ito, kasama ang iba't ibang sangay ng gobyerno. Tulungan ang bansa upang makabangon sa krisis na dulot ng pandemya. Ngunit, bilang mga lingkod bayan, responsibilidad natin na protektahan ang kapakanan ng mga ordinaryong mamamayan. Mr. Speaker, kapag hindi po nagawan ito ng aksyon, ang ating mamamayan na tapat nagbabayad ng buwis ay mapipilitang maglaan ng mas malaking halaga sa kanilang bayarin ng kuryente. Hinihimo ko po ang Kongreso na mabigyan ng karapatang atensyon at agarang aksyon ang usaping ito. Dahil ito ay taliwas po sa sinasabi ng Pangulo na kailangan pababain ang presyo ng kuryente sa kanyang administrasyon. Now, Mr. Speaker, kung gusto lang magpasikat ng Bureau of Customs na makuha nila ang target collection, wag naman po sa pamamagitan ng pag-issue ng mga memo na hindi kinukonsulta ang apektadong mamamayan. Maraming mga smugglers, Mr. Speaker, yun ang habulin nila. Ang mga importer ng coal na mga may-ari ng planta ay nagbabayad po ng tama, nagdideklara po ng tama. Ngayon yung nagbabayad pa ng tama, ang dagdagan ng buhis para lang magkaroon ng katuparan o makuha nila yung kanilang target. May mali po, Mr. Speaker, kaya hinihikayat ko po ang mga kasamahan ko sa Kongreso na matingnan ang usaping ito. This representation will file the appropriate measures in the proper time. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Congressman Sergio Dagohoc of TPEC. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to move that the privileged speech of the Honorable Sergio C. Dagohoc be referred to the Committee on Rules. I so move.
The privileged speech of Congressman Dagohoc will refer to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the Honorable Representative Dimple Mastura of the 1st District of Maguindanao for her privileged speech.
The gentlelady from Maguindanao is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. Greetings of peace. Mr. Speaker, this representation, together with the other Muslim legislators and the Bangsamoro people, as well as the Seventh-day Adventists, would like to denounce the serving of pork and food with pork ingredients to Muslim and Seventh-day Adventist inmates at the Bureau of Corrections. This nefarious act committed by AFS Eatery, a caterer hired by the Bureau of Corrections in making meals for detainees, is in violation not only of the food and subsistence agreement signed between Bucor and the catering firms, but most importantly, the constitutional rights of inmates. Pork is forbidden for Muslims and Seventh-day Adventists, and it is clear in the Bucor guidelines that they should be given food in accordance with their religious practice specified as halal certified products. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, even prisoners have rights. Prison walls do not form a barrier separating inmates from the protection of the Constitution. Our Constitution guarantees in the Bill of Rights that the free exercise and enjoyment of religious profession and worship shall forever be allowed. The Constitution protects these rights for good reason. Incarceration can have a drastic effect on a person. Oftentimes, a prisoner's religion may be his only source of hope and enlightenment. In this situation, inmates are left no choice but to either consume what we consider as an abominable food or to go hungry. The serving of forbidden food to Muslims and Seventh-day Adventists can be considered a form of torture, force, violence, and intimidation which vitiate the free will of the prisoner and which are also proscribed by the Bill of Rights. The provision of pork being a forbidden food or haram is not only an affront to a Muslim prisoner, but to all those whose belief disallow the intake of such food. This representation, together with the Muslim community, is personally insulted by the Bucor and its hired caterer treat our religion. This is especially so because the same religious group were reportedly served only steamed rice for breakfast and lunch on January 8 and May 8, 2021, the COA report says. In its audit report for 2021, released last August 2, the Commission on Audit listed violations committed by ASF Eatery which had already been flagged before by Senate auditors. The management was unable to monitor and enforce the provisions in the Food Subsistence Agreement, the COA said. According to the audit team, had the officers of the Bureau monitored the strict implementation of its internal controls and the employees performed their respective duties, functions, and responsibilities, the above deviations and/or violations of the caterers could have been prevented and immediately stopped. This representation is sounding this alarm in this August chamber, lest the same violation will be repeated in the future in blatant disregard of rights of inmates guaranteed under the Bill of Rights. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, this representation hopes that an investigation in aid of legislation be immediately conducted to determine whether there are adequate laws protecting the right to the free exercise and enjoyment of religion relevant to this matter to ensure that these laws are properly implemented and to recommend the prosecution and punishment of those who may be found guilty of violating this constitutional right. That's why I move to investigate as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker. May the peace of Allah subhanahu be upon us all. Thank you, shukran, and wasalam.
Thank you, Congresswoman Machura. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Mastura to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The privileged speech of Congresswoman Machura will refer to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
Should there be any objection? Hear none, the privileged hour is now terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resume. Majority. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration of House Bill for third reading, House Bill number 14, and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the said House Bill. So moved.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
What is the pleasure of the gentleman from Albay?
I regret to again raise this issue, but there are no warm bodies again in the plenary. And
Session suspended.
Basta spirito na ko na.
Lagi na.
Pero may papakuha ko.
Sessions resume.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, our colleague, the Honorable Edsel Lagman, questioned the quorum. For the record, we have 81 members present in the session hall, 11 members currently attending the hearing before the Committee on Appropriation, and we have 80 members confirmed to be present by Zoom, a total of 172. We need 156 members to declare a quorum. However, with the interest of time, the Honorable Edsel Lagman, whom we respect so much, has agreed that we don't call the roll. It is, however, his desire to express to this august body that important bills should be voted upon on third reading with majority of the members physically present in the session hall. To that, we agree with him. With this, allow us to move forward and consider for approval on third reading 3 measures. And the important measure that is of national concern will be acted upon tomorrow with a majority member present physically in the session hall. With this, Mr. Speaker, allow me to move for the nominal voting for the approval on third reading of House Bill number 14, entitled An Act Requiring the Registration of Subscriber Identity Module Cards, and that the Secretary General be directed to roll the call for nominal voting. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection on the part of the House?
Mr. Speaker,
The chair is none.
Sandali
Vote
lang.
to disapprove. Well, the gentleman from Albay, what is the pleasure of the gentleman?
I confirm what the majority leader said, that we can consider today 3 measures: the 2 local bills and the SIM card registration act. But we will defer for tomorrow or a subsequent time when members are physically present in the plenary hall with respect to the postponement of the barangay and SK elections. With that understanding, I withdraw my observation that there are no warm bodies in the session hall, and there is no accurate validation of those who are on Zoom.
That is noted, Congressman Lagman, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we thank the Honorable Edsel Lagman, and we seriously consider his desire to look into Section 91 of the Rules of the House post-pandemic. With that, Mr. Speaker, allow us to proceed. There's a pending motion duly approved that the Secretary General be directed to call the roll for nominal voting of House Bill 14.
I approve already that, Majority Leader. We will going to continue. The Secretary General will read the title of the bill for thereafter call the roll of members for nominal voting.
House Bill number 14, an act requiring the registration of subscriber identity module cards. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 14. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascub, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Is that? Yes, Congressman Brosas.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I would like to explain my vote later.
Yes, can you explain your vote later? Please proceed, Secretary.
Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro
Mr.
Jean.
Speaker, my vote is no, and I reserve my right to explain my vote later.
Please proceed. You can explain your vote later. Secretary, you may proceed.
Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Colliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacsonoel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limcachong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Manuel.
Congressman Manuel, yes.
Yes, my vote is no, and I'll also explain my vote later. Thank you.
Okay, you can explain your vote later. Sekjen, you can proceed.
Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Suansing Horacio, Suansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 14. Abunda, Agrao, Almonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Bautista, Beron, Calixto, Cari, Chato, Chungalao, Quaresma, De Jesus, Duavit, Duterte, D. Ian Paul, Farinas, Fernandez, Galeyos, Garcia Dante, Go Ed Christopher, Gico, Hernandez, Herrera, Lacson, Libanan, Loyola, Macapagal Arroyo, Malapitan, Mangawang, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Mercado, Morden, Paglas, Panotes, Roman, Romero, Salceda, Singson Ronald, Suwan, Tanchay, Teves Arnolfo, Tieng, Tolentino, Tupas, Umali, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villar, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 250 members voting in the affirmative, 6 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bill number 14 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, upon request of Deputy Speaker Ralph Chirecto, may we insert into the record of the House his written explanation of vote on House Bill number 14.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved.
Objection, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
You're objecting.
Majority Leader. That's only an explanation.
This is
Later.
for Senator Ralph Recto, Mr. Speaker. So
The explanation of Senator Ralph Recto will be explained later. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we'd like to recognize our colleague who will explain her nominal voting on why she voted for no.
You have 3 minutes, Congresswoman Brosas, to explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we in Gabriela Party List register our strong opposition to the proposed SIM card registration as contained in House Bill 14, as it embodies a serious threat to the privacy of communication and correspondence, and even to Filipinos' right to communication. This proposed SIM card registration bill puts forward a lopsided presumption that all Filipinos are considered as potential criminals and evading the law unless registered as SIM card holders. It gives a false assurance that once all SIM cards are registered, purveyors of spam messages and trolls will be flagged, when in reality, these crimes and acts will not come to a halt. Sa ilalim ng panukalang batas, ilalagak ang mga personal na impormasyon ng nakarehistrong may-ari ng SIM card sa isang sentralisadong database. Sa halip na masawata ang lumalalang kaso ng cyber attacks, spams at scams, lalong magiging vulnerable pa nga ang mga consumer dahil nasa iisang database na lang ang lahat ng personal na record ng mga Pilipino. We have seen how current data privacy measures of government agencies have been ineffective and weak, leading to serious and still unresolved data breaches. Worse, state security forces have been using registered personal information of critics for state surveillance and targeted attacks. Kailangan ding patunayan ng isang individual ang identidad bago makabili ng isang SIM card sa pamamagitan ng valid ID o PSA birth certificate, bagay na maaaring maging sanhi ng diskriminasyon at pagkakait ng karapatang makagamit ng SIM card lalo sa mga kababayan nating katutubo. For these reasons, we vote no to House Bill number 14. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there is a pending bill 1456, an act changing the name of University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines into the University of Science and Technology of the Philippines, a local bill amending for the purpose.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader,
sorry.
we still have to explain the vote.
Yes,
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, again, I apologize. I would like to withdraw my motion. I didn't see that the Representative Franz Castro wants to also explain her vote. So we yield to her. Mr.
Okay.
Speaker.
The Honorable Franz Castro is now recognized for her explanation of vote. You have
Maraming
3 minutes.
salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Nirerehistro ng representasyong ito mula sa ACT Teachers Party List ang botong no para sa House Bill 14 o panukalang batas SIM card registration. Sa kalagayang hanggang sa ngayon, hindi pa tinutugunan at sinusolusyonan ng mga ahensya ang mga naganap na insidente ng data breaches. Ito na naman po tayo, ninuutusan ng mamamayan na ipagkatiwala sa mga ahensya ang mga personal na impormasyon nila. Kabilang ang sensitive personal information na katulad ng pangalan, address, cellphone number at iba pa. May napanagot na ba sa mga nangyari sa COMELEC? Hindi pa po. Pinatatatag na ba ang mga sistema ng mga ahensya sa pangangalaga ng impormasyon na mga mamamayan na ipinagkakatiwala sa mga ahensya? Hindi po. Pinatitigil na ba ang iligal na profiling laban sa Mangro? Iba pang mga government employees kahit ang mga estudyanteng Muslim at Moro. For the most part, hindi pa nagpatuloy ang pag-espiya o profiling sa mga gurong wala namang ginagawang masama kundi mag-organisa upang kolektibo nilang isulong ang kanilang karapatan at kagalingan. Huwag nating gamiting pretext at pagdadahilan ang text scams at phishing na bumibiktima sa mamamayan upang lalo pang biktimahin pa ang mga mamamayan. May sapat na mga mandato ang ahensya gaya ng NTC upang sawatahin ang mga ito at papanagutin ang mga may sala. Mga mandatong dapat ay ginagawa nila na nakagyat sa panahon at pinaka-decisive na paraan. Huwag nating gamiting pretext ang laban sa disinformasyon upang ngayon na napakaraming kaso kung saan ang mga ahensya at opisyal ng pamahalaan kasabwat ang mga individual na konektado sa kanila. Ang halata kung di man napatunayang sila mismo ang nagpapasimuno at nagpapakalat. Hanggang sa ngayon, paparami ng paparami ang mga insidente ng disinformasyon, harassment at trolling na bumibiktima sa miyembro ng oposisyon, mga progresibo, kahit na mga ordinaryong mamamayan, nagpapahayag lamang ng kanilang saloobin. Hindi dapat ipasa sa mamamayan ang burden upang labanan ang krimen. Dahil ang responsibilidad na gawain ito ay nasa gobyerno at mga ahensya nito. Government agencies have their mandates with respect to text scams, phishing, and other cybercrimes and disinformation. And the only thing they have to do is to fulfill those mandates. Sa mga dahilang ito, Ginoong Speaker, bumoto ang kinatawang ito ng no sa House Bill number 14.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We also have one more of our colleagues who wants to explain his vote regarding the act requiring registration of subscribers and identity, which is HB 14. We yield to Congressman Raul Manuel, the Kabataan Party List. Mr. Speaker.
Congressman Raul Manuel of the Kabataan Party List is recognized. You have 3 minutes.
Magandang hapon, Mr. Speaker. Ang representasyon ng mga kabataan ay bumoboto kontra sa panukalang batas hinggil sa SIM card registration sa batayang walang empirical evidence na nagpapatunay o nagbibigay ng garantiya na nakakatulong sa pagsugpo ng krimen ang naturang panukalang batas. Maaari pa itong magdulot ng kapahamakan sa mga ordinaryong mamamayan. Maraming civil society groups ang nagrehistro ng kani-kanilang oposisyon dito. Kabilang ang Privacy International, Computer Professionals Union, Democracy.net PH, at Foundation for Media Alternatives. Ayon sa kanila, na aming sinasang-ayunan, nakababahala ang SIM card registration bill dahil magiging vulnerable ang mamamayan sa iba't ibang forma ng data privacy violations. Sa gitna ng kawalan ng pangil at kahinaan ng implementasyon ng data protection laws, ang extent ng data na makokolekta sa pamamagitan ng SIM card registration bill ay maaaring masubject sa data breaches na maaaring ma-exploit o masamantala ng mga kriminal, lalo na ng mga sindikato, kabaligtaran ng mga layunin ng panukalang batas. Habang nariyan ang Anti-Terrorism Act of 2021 o ang Terror Law, ang panukalang batas ay mag-e-enable lamang ng mala panopticon na surveillance at profiling ng mga ordinaryong mamamayan. Maaari itong magamit laban sa freedom to express and associate at para maimpluwensyahan sa maling paraan ang pagkilos at pag-iisip ng mga piling bahagi ng ating populasyon. Ang pagsugpo sa krimen ay hindi dapat kapalit ng ating mga demokratikong karapatan. Ayaw naming mga kabataan na magamit ang datos at personal na impormasyon bilang dagdag na kasangkapan ng mga institusyon gaya ng kapulisan na batbat ng abuso, kawalan ng pananagutan at paglabag sa karapatan, lalo na ng mahihirap at ordinaryong mamamayan. We must focus on policies that will protect our data and privacy while devising better strategies against crime. In behalf of the generation that has been abreast with the use of technology and devices amid the accelerating pace of spreading information and the documented abuse of big data by governments and large corporations, we vote no to House Bill 14 mandating SIM card registration. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are still on the approval on third reading certain House bills. We would like to push forward for to approval in third reading House Bill 1456, an act changing the name of the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines into the University of Science and Technology of the Philippines, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 10919. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve on third reading House Bill 1456. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General will read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 1456, an act changing the name of the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines into the University of Science and Technology of the Philippines, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 10919. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 1456 on third reading. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Atcharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chonggalaw ko, Angelica Natasha, ko Elizalde, ko Pilar, ko Juan ko Jaime, ko Juan ko Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City, Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duawit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Gonzales, Gomez, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Nepli, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limcaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration on third reading of House Bill number 1456. Abunda, Agaraw, Almonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Bautista, Biron, Calixto, Cari, Chato, De Jesus, Duavit, Duterte, D. Ian Paul, Farinas, Fernandez, Galeyos, Garcia Dante, Garcia Pablo Jan, Goed Christopher, Gico, Hernandez, Herrera, Lacson, Libanan, Loyola, Malapitan, Mangawang, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Mercado, Morden, Paglas, Panotes, Romero, Salceda, Singson, Ronald, Tanchay, Teves, Arnolfo, Tieng, Tolentino, Tupas, Umali, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villar, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 260 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the chair declares House Bill number 1456 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for our approval on third reading, House Bill number 4635, which enact extending the term of office of the President of the Adyong Memorial State College from 3 years to 4 years, in accordance with the Republic Act 8292, otherwise known as the Higher Education Modernization Act of 1997, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 8651 as amended and appropriating funds therefore. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General will read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll of nominal voting.
House Bill number 4635, an act extending the term of office of the President of the Adyong Memorial State College from 3 years to 4 years in accordance with Republic Act number 8292, otherwise known as the Higher Education Modernization Act of 1997, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 8651 as amended, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 4635. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City, Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Goed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Vico, Quinto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pardenos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Iada Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopher Son, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 4635. Abunda, Agaraw, Almonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Bautista, Beron, Calixto, Cari, De Jesus, Duavit, Duterte, D. Ian Paul, Farinas, Fernandez, Galeos, Garcia Dante, Garcia Pablo Jan, Go Ed Christopher, Gico, Hernandez, Herrera, Lacson, Libanan, Loyola, Malapitan, Mangawang, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Mercado, Morden, Paglas, Panotes, Romero, Salceda, Singson Ronald, Suwan, Tanchay, Teves Arnolfo, Tieng, Tolentino, Tupas, Umali, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villar, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 258 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, the Chair declares House Bill Number 4635 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to request for suspension for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I request for the transmittal of the approved bills on third reading? House Bills Number 14, 4673. Sorry. House Bill Number 14, 1456, and 4635 to the Senate. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion. Any objection? The Chair hears none. House Bill 14, House Bill 1456, and House Bill 4635 is transmitted to the Senate. The Secretary General is so directed. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of approval on second reading. I move that we take up items under the unfinished business.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I reiterate my motion to consider items in the unfinished business.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the chair, the motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill 4125 as contained in Committee Report Number 26, entitled An Act Introducing Administrative Tax Reforms, and the Secretary General will be directed to read the title of the bill. I so move.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 4125.
House Bill Number 4125, an act introducing administrative tax reforms, amending sections 21, 22, 51, 56, 58, 77, 81, 90, 91, 103, 106, 108, 109, 110, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 128, 200, 236, 237, 245, and 248, and adding sections 312 and 313 of Republic Act Number 8424, otherwise known as the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997, as amended.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of House Bill 4125 is that we are in the period of sponsorship and debate. There being no member who would wish to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to period the sponsorship and debate. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Haresco. Few minutes suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Haresco to sponsor House Bill 4125.
The Honorable Haresco is recognized to sponsor House Bill 4125.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we have just terminated the period of sponsorship, debate, and interpellation. I now move that we open the period of amendments.
There is a motion. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There being no committee amendments, I move that we close the same.
There is a motion. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of individual amendments and that the Honorable Ron Salo be recognized to introduce his amendments.
The Honorable
Ron Salo.
The Honorable Ron Salo is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would a distinguished sponsor be open to accept some amendments?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that on page 2, lines 8 to 9 under subsection 3 of section 2, on the declaration of policy, delete the phrase requiring the filing by return or declaration for the payment of taxes or the pay-as-you-file system. Thus, subsection 3 shall now read as follows. To update the taxation system, adopt best practices and replace antiquated procedures, such as restriction of venue for filing and payment. So move, Mr. Speaker.
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also move, Mr. Speaker, that on page 3, line 20, under section 4, amending section 22 of the National Internal Revenue Code, NIRC of 1997 as amended, to change subsection LL to KK. Still, on page 3, line 25, under section 4, amending section 22 of the National Internal Revenue Code, NIRC of 1997 as amended, to change subsection JJ to LL. So move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
We move to approve, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any objections? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also move, Mr. Speaker, that on page 4, line 16, under section 6, amending section 56 of the NIRC of 1997 as amended, to delete the phrase, or before it is due. Thus, the first sentence of section 56A-1 shall now read as follows. Number 1, in general, the total amount of tax imposed by this title shall be paid by the person subject thereto during the filing of the return. So move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
What does the House say?
we move to accept to amend as proposed, Mr. Speaker. We move to approve the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Still, Mr. Chair, I respectfully move that on page 4, line 25, insert a new section amending section 57 of the NIRC of 1997 as amended to read as follows. Section 7. Section 57 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended is hereby further amended to read as follows. Section 57. Withholding of tax at source. The Department of Finance shall review at least once every 3 years regulations on processes for the withholding of creditable tax under this code, and direct the Bureau of Internal Revenue to amend rules and regulations for the same, should it be found during the review that the existing rules, regulations, and processes for the withholding of creditable tax under this code adversely and materially impact the taxpayer, provided that those not classified as large or medium taxpayers shall not be required to withhold taxes under subsection B of this section. So move, Mr. Speaker.
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
We move to approve, Mr. Speaker.
Any objections? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully wish to go back on my first motion. The first amendment, proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, that on page 2, lines 8 to 9 under subsection 3 of section 2, on the declaration of policy, to delete the phrase requiring the filing by return or declaration for the payment of taxes or the pay-as-you-file system. Thus, subsection 3 shall now read as follows: to update the taxation system, adopt best practices, and replace antiquated procedures, such as restriction of venue for filing and payment. So move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
Move to approve, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Respectfully move, Mr. Speaker, once again, that the succeeding sections shall be renumbered accordingly. So move, Mr. Speaker.
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
Does the House say?
Move to approve, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none, the motion is carried.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully move again that on page 5, line 21, under section 8, amending section 77 of the NIRC of 1997 as amended, to delete the phrase, or before it is due. Thus, it shall read as follows: Section 77C shall now read, time of payment of the, letter C, time of payment of the income tax. The income tax due on the corporate quarterly returns and the final adjustment income tax returns computed in accordance with Section 75 and 76 shall be paid during the filing the declaration of return in a manner prescribed by the Commissioner. So move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
Move to approve, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I respectfully move that on page 6, line 9, under section 10, amending section 90 of the NIRC of 1997 as amended, to insert a closing bracket after the word municipality. And on line 10, delete the closing bracket after the word death. Also on page 6, line 6, line 7, insert in closing brackets on the word or, and on line 8, insert the word or in between the words officer and collection. Thus, section 90 shall now read as follows: D, place of filing, except in cases where the Commissioner otherwise permits, the return required under subsection A shall be filed with an authorized agent back, open bracket or close bracket, revenue district officer or collection officer, open bracket, or duly authorized treasurer of the city or municipality, close bracket, in which the decedent was domiciled at the time of his death, close bracket, or if there be no legal residence in the Philippines with the office of the Commissioner. So move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
I move to approve, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none, motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, also on page 6, line 16, I respectfully move that under section 11, amending section 91 of the NIRC of 1997 as amended, to delete the enclosing brackets on the phrase at the time and insert enclosing brackets on the word on. Thus, section 91A shall now read as follows: A, time of payment, dash, the estate tax imposed by section 84 shall be paid at the time, open bracket, on, close bracket, or before the return is filed by the executor, administrator, or the heirs. So move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
I move to approve, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I respectfully move that on page 6, on line 27, under section 12, amending section 103 of the NIRC of 1997 as amended, to delete the phrase, or before it is due. And still on page 6, on line 31, insert a closing bracket after the word municipality, and on line 34, to delete the closing bracket after the word commissioner. Thus, section 103B shall now read as follows: B, time and place of filing and payment, dash, the return of the donor required in this section shall be filed within 30 days after the date the gift is made, and the tax due thereon shall be paid, open bracket, at the time of filing, close bracket, during the filing of the declaration or return, open bracket, comma, open bracket, or before it is due, close bracket, in a manner prescribed by the Commissioner. Except in cases where the Commissioner otherwise permits, the return shall be filed and the tax paid to an authorized agent bank, comma, open bracket, the, close bracket, the revenue district officer, comma, or revenue collection officer, open bracket, or duly authorized treasurer of the city or municipality where the donor was, close bracket, after municipality, where the donor was domiciled at the time the transfer, comma, or if there be no legal residence in the Philippines, comma, with the office of the commissioner, close bracket. In the case of gifts made by a non-resident, comma, the return may be filed with the Philippine Embassy or Consulate in the country where he is domiciled at the time the transfer, comma, or directly with the office of the commissioner, period. So move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
Move to approve.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I respectfully move that on page 9, line 12, under section 15, amending section 109 of the NIRC of 1997, as amended, change the year from 2021 to 2023. Thus, the proviso under section 109CC shall now read as follows. Provided, comma, that the amount herein stated shall be adjusted to its present value not later than January 31, 2023, and every close and open parenthesis, 3 years thereafter, comma, based on the Consumer Price Index that is published by the Philippine Statistics Authority, period. So move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
Move to approve, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I respectfully move that on page 10, line 3, under section 16 of the bill, insert the last paragraph of section 110A2 of the NIRC of 1907 as amended to read as follows. 2. The input tax on domestic purchase or importation of goods or properties by a VAT registered person shall be creditable. A, B, and provided, comma, that the input tax on goods purchased or imported in a calendar month for use in trade or business for which deduction for depreciation is allowed under this code shall be spread evenly over the month of acquisition and the 59 succeeding months if the aggregate acquisition cost for such goods, comma, excluding the VAT component thereof, comma, exceeds 1 million pesos. Close and open parenthesis, 1 million, colon, provided, comma, however, comma, that if the estimated useful life of the capital good is less than 5, close and open parenthesis, 5 years, comma, as used for depreciation purposes, then the input VAT shall be spread over such a shorter period, colon, provided, open bracket, comma, close bracket, further, comma, that the amortization of the input VAT shall only be allowed until December 31, 2021, after which, open bracket, taxpayers with, close bracket, any unutilized input VAT on capital goods purchased or imported shall be allowed, open bracket, to apply the same as scheduled until fully utilized, close bracket, as credit in full against output VAT, colon, provided, open bracket, comma, close bracket, finally, comma, that in the case of purchase of services, comma, lease or use of properties, comma, the input tax shall be creditable to the purchaser, comma, lessee or licensee upon payment of the compensation, comma, rental, comma, royalty, or fee, period. So move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
Move to approve, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully move once again that on page 13, line 31, under section 22, amending section 128 of the NIRC of 1997 as amended, add a proviso before the close and quotation marks, the period, to read as follows. Colon, provided, comma, that those taxpayers liable to tax imposed under section 116 of this code shall file a return and pay the tax due thereon within 25, close and open parenthesis, 25 days after the end of each taxable semi-annual period, and period. So move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
We approve the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I respectfully move that on page 14, line 13, insert a new section 25, amending section 235 of the NIRC of 1997 as amended to read as follows. Section 25, period. Section 235, the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997, comma, as amended, comma, is hereby further amended to read as follows, colon. Section 235, period. Preservation of books of accounts and other accounting records, colon. All the books of accounts, comma, including the subsidiary books and other accounting records of corporations, comma, partnerships, comma, or persons, comma, shall be preserved by them for a period, open bracket, beginning from the last entry in each book until the last day prescribed by Section 203, within which the Commissioner is authorized to make an assessment, close bracket, of 5, close and open parenthesis 5, years reckoned from the day following the deadline in filing a return, comma, or if filed after the deadline, comma, from the date of the filing of the return, comma, for the taxable year when the last entry was made in the books of accounts, period. The said books and records shall be subject to examination and inspection by internal revenue officers, colon, provided, comma, that for income tax purposes, comma, such examination and inspection shall be made only once in a taxable year, comma, except in the following cases, colon. So move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
I move to approve, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, the chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I respectfully move once again that the succeeding sections shall be renumbered accordingly. So move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
I move to approve this amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I respectfully move that on page 16, line 9, under Section 25, amending Section 237 of the NIRC of 1997, commas, amended, insert in closing brackets on the phrase 100 pesos, and insert the phrase 500 pesos thereafter. Also on page 16, line 10, insert in closing brackets on the phrase receipts or. Also on page 16, line 13, insert in closing brackets on the word receipt and insert the phrase sale or commercial invoice thereafter. Also on page 16, line 14, insert in closing brackets on the phrase receipts or. Also on page 16, line 16, insert in closing brackets on the quote, comma, unquote, in between the words provided and further. And still on page 16, line 18, insert in closing brackets on the phrase or receipt. Thus, Section 237A shall now read as follows, colon, issuance, colon, dash, all persons subject to internal revenue tax shall at the point of each sale and transfer of merchandise or for services rendered valued at, open bracket, 100 pesos, and 100 pesos, close bracket, 500 pesos, or more, comma, issue duly registered, open bracket, receipts or, close bracket, sale or commercial invoices, comma, showing the date of transaction, comma, quantity, comma, unit cost, and description of merchandise or nature of service, colon, provided, comma, however, that where the, open bracket, receipt, close bracket, sale or commercial invoice is issued to cover payment made as rentals, comma, commissions, comma, compensation or fees, comma, open bracket, receipts or, close bracket, invoices shall be issued, which shall show the name, comma, open bracket, business style, comma, if any, comma, close parenthesis, and address of the purchaser, comma, customer or client, colon, provided, and close bracket, open bracket, comma, close bracket, further, comma, that where the purchaser is a VAT-registered person, comma, in addition to the information herein required, comma, the invoice, open bracket, or receipt, close bracket, shall further show the taxpayer identification number, close and open parenthesis, TIN of the purchaser, period. So move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
Move to approve, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I respectfully move that on page 18, line 10, under Section 27, amending Section 248 of the NIRC of 1997 as amended, to insert in closing brackets on the phrase 25% and insert the phrase 12% thereafter. The first paragraph of Section 248A shall now read as follows, Mr. Speaker. A, there shall be imposed, comma, in addition to the tax required to be paid, comma, a penalty equivalent to, open bracket, 25%, close bracket, 12%, close and open parenthesis, 12% of the amount due, comma, in the following cases, colon. So move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
We move to approve the amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I respectfully move that on page 19, line 23, under Section 28, creating a new Title 14 on Sections 312 and 313 of the NIRC of 1997 as amended, to delete the word tax and insert the word taxpayer thereafter. Still on page 19, line 27, to delete the word tax and insert the word taxpayer thereafter. Thus, the first paragraph of the new Section 313 on Taxpayers Advocate Office shall now read as follows. Taxpayers Advocate Office, dash, the powers and duties of the taxpayer advocate shall be exercised by an office under the Bureau of Internal Revenue designated by the Secretary of Finance, comma, upon recommendation by the Commissioner, period. It shall be the function of the taxpayer advocate to, colon. So move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
Move for the approval of the amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, on page 220, I respectfully move that still under Section 28, creating a new Section 313 of the NIRC of 1907 as amended, to insert a new paragraph on line 13 to read as follows. The taxpayer advocate shall be a Filipino citizen, comma, at least 40, close and open parenthesis, 40 years of age, comma, a member of the Philippine Bar, and a certified public accountant in good standing, comma, with at least 10, close and open parenthesis, 10 years of practice in the field of taxation, comma, with proven integrity and competence, comma, and must not have been convicted of any crime involving moral turpitude, period. So move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
We move for the approval of the amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm now down to my last two proposed amendments. I respectfully move, Mr. Speaker, that on page 20, line 13, is still under Section 28, the bill, insert a new Section 314 of the NIRC of 1997 as amended to read as follows. Section 314. Penalties for the violation of the Bill of Rights of taxpayers, dash. Any person or public official who is found to have violated the taxpayer Bill of Rights shall be punished with imprisonment of not less than 2, close and open parenthesis, 2 years, but not more than 5, close and open parenthesis, 5 years, and a fine of not less than 50,000 pesos, close and open parenthesis, 50,000 pesos, but not more than 100,000 pesos, close and open parenthesis, 100,000 pesos. So move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
We move for the approval of the amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And finally, I respectfully move, Mr. Speaker, that the title of House Bill number 4125 is hereby amended to read as follows. An act introducing administrative tax reforms, comma, amending sections 21, comma, 22, comma, 51, comma, 56, comma, 57, comma, 58, comma, 77, comma, 81, comma, 90, comma, 91, comma, 103, comma, 106, comma, 108, comma, 109, comma, 110, comma, 112, comma, 113, comma, 114, comma, 115, comma, 116, comma, 128, comma, 200, comma, 235, comma, 236, comma, 237, comma, 245, comma, and 248, comma, and adding sections 312, comma, 313, and 314 of Republic Act number 8424, comma, otherwise known as the National Internal Revenue Code of 1987, comma, as amended. So move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
We move for the approval of the amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the distinguished sponsor.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for the period of sponsorship and debate, I move to terminate the period of individual amendments.
There's a motion to terminate the period of individual amendments. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The period of individual amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
There's no other members, Mr. Speaker. I move to terminate the period of amendments.
There's a motion to terminate the period of amendments. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve for the second reading House Bill number 4125 under Committee Report 26 and Secretary General. Oh, so moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve House Bill 4125 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye. All those against, say nay.
For consideration.
The ayes have it. House Bill number 4125 is here, as amended, is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
I move for the status of, Mr. Speaker, I move for the status of sponsorship and debate for consideration approval on second reading. House Bill number 4339 under Committee Report 27. Directed the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title House Bill 4339.
House Bill number 4339, an act amending Section 6, 22, 24, 25, 27, 28, 32, 34, 37, 38, 39, 42, 51, 52, 54, 56, 57, 73, 108, 109, 112, 121, 122, 123, 127, 149, 174, 176, 179, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 190, 195, 198, 199, 204, 222, 237, 237-8, 255, 256, 257, 258, 261, 263, 264, 266, 275, inserting new section 270-A and repealing sections 175, 177, 178, 180, 188, 192, and 193, all under Republic Act number 8424, otherwise known as the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended.
Thank you very much. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary status is that we are in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that we recognize the sponsor, Congressman Micaela Swansing, to be recognized for his sponsorship.
Congresswoman Micaela Swansing is recognized. Please proceed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Mark Go for his interpellation.
Honorable Mark Go is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Will the honorable sponsor yield to some questions from this representation?
Mr. Speaker, I would be very happy and honored to take questions from Representative Marco.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My first question is on Section 3, Paragraph Z of this Committee Report 27 for House Bill 4339. You have indicated in this bill that our debt instruments would be considered as deposit substitutes, Honorable Sponsor. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, in terms of the definition in Package 4, when a debt instrument is issued by the government, it would be considered a deposit substitute.
Yes, that's indicated in the proposed measure. Now, I would like to know, at this point in time, how much is our issuance of debt instruments, both to private individuals and corporations in the Philippines that are now considered to be deposit substitutes?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, we do have data on the issuance volume of local currency bonds. However, we are unable to get a disaggregation between deposit substitutes and non-deposit substitutes. But we have the data in terms of the split between government securities, corporate securities, and other government bonds. If my distinguished colleague would like that data.
Yes, that will be okay, Madam Sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my distinguished colleague. In terms of the total issuance volume of local currency bonds in the market, in 2019, we have a total of 1.9 trillion pesos. 1.52 trillion pesos of that are government securities. So those are treasury bills and treasury bonds. We have 0.37 trillion corporate securities issued by private corporations and 0.02 other government bonds. In 2020, we have a total issuance of 3.3 trillion pesos, 2.91 trillion of which are government securities, 0.36 trillion are corporate securities, and 0.03 are other government bonds. And finally, in 2021, we have a total issuance of 3.46 trillion pesos, 3.25 trillion of which are government securities, 0.21 trillion are corporate securities, and less than 0.01 are other government bonds.
Thank you, your Madam Sponsor. How much interest do we pay in 2019, 20, and 21 with the bonds that we have issued amounting to 1.9 trillion in 2019, 3.3 in 2020, and 3.46 in 2021. Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, we do have a range as different types of government bonds have different prevailing interest rates. However, I can provide a range for the different types of bonds. In 2019, the interest yields range from 4.25% to 5.56%. In 2020, the range of interest rates go from 2.86% to 3.48%. And in 2021, the range of interest is from 2.28% to 5.04%.
If you look at the, Madam Sponsor, if you look at the percentage interest rate, how much that in peso value year to year?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, if we translate that into tax collections for the government in terms of the interest income, I just wanted to confer with my distinguished colleague, would the interest income suffice on the part of the government?
Would you know, of course, before we will have the interest income of the government, we would like to know how much interest we have paid. And of course, at the end, we will know exactly from there how much interest income that we will derive from this payment that we made to our creditors, if you may. Madam Sponsor, in our last hearing during the of our budget, it was projected that the total interest that we will pay on our loans is 660 billion pesos. And of course, this is divided between foreign and local loans that we'll get to finance our 2023 budget.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, if this would suffice as data, we do have data on the interest payments of the national government for 2021 and 2022. The total for 2021 is 429 billion pesos. And in 2022, the total is 513 billion pesos. And as you mentioned as well, my distinguished colleague, the estimate for 2023 in terms of interest payments is 582 billion pesos.
Okay, and the revenue that we're gonna derive from this with the proposal that you are presenting today, how much will that be? Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, Mr. Speaker, may I request for a 1-minute suspension just to confer with the DOF.
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, the estimated revenue impact on the proposed change in the tax rate applied on interest income for Package 4, if we aggregate the different types of changes that we're proposing, so for example, for savings deposit accounts or short-term instruments, we're reducing the tax rate from 20% to 15%. And for long-term debt instruments, we're increasing it from 0, 5, 10, and to 15%. So if we aggregate all of those proposed provisions or proposed amendments, the estimated revenue impact, it would be revenue forgone of 2.2 billion pesos in 2023.
That will be, Madam Sponsor, that will be from the private individuals and corporations. What about in terms of the revenue income that you will generate from the debt instruments that we have right now? Would we know?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, if we compare it to the expected revenues, we do expect a reduction of 2.22 billion from both corporate and government-issued bonds because we're reducing the interest rate that are applied. We're reducing the tax rate applied on interest income.
So how will you recover this loss if you are going to reduce the revenue that will be generated amounting to 2.2 billion pesos for the next year, Madam Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, so in terms of looking at the entirety of Package 4, we have several provisions that expect to bring in revenues for the government. So for example, we have the excise tax on pickup trucks that are estimated to bring in 8.2 billion pesos in 2023. We also have the removal of the tax exemption on FCDUs or foreign currency deposit units. That's expected to bring in 2 billion pesos in 2023. We also have the increase in the tax rate applied on dividends. So that's expected to bring in 8.2 billion pesos in 2023. And finally, we have the provision on amending the gross receipts tax on banks and other non-bank financial intermediaries that's expected to bring in 4.6 billion pesos in 2023. So while we do expect to incur losses in terms of reducing the tax applied on interest income, we have other provisions in Package 4 that we expect to offset the foregone revenues.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So you gave me if you look at the bottom line, you got a lot of exemptions that you remove, enjoyed by different government entities. If you calculate all of this as against the expected increase in revenue, how much will be the total benefit of this particular bill to our revenue in the country, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, if we look at all of these different provisions together, we expect to have a net positive revenue in 2023 of 5.6 billion pesos, and at an assumption of 70% tax efficiency, it's 3.9 billion pesos.
On the assumption, Madam Sponsor, that the transactions will remain the same for all these items that you have enumerated earlier. You have proposed repeal of tax exemptions and preferential rates on production of indigenous petroleum, rehabilitation of Finance Corporation, the PDIC, Non-Stock Savings and Loan Association, Overseas Workers Investment, shares of stock, and many others, as you indicated in your bill. And all of this will bring about a net minus, of course, of all the negative impact to our revenue on the proposals that you have initially stated, a positive revenue of 5.6 billion pesos in 2023. Will this increase in the years to come, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, looking at the different types of repeals that are stipulated in Package 4, we have the housekeeping repeals and the true repeals. So for the housekeeping repeals, we applied that because they're no longer being used. So it's more of housekeeping amendments. But as for the other repeals that relate to GOCCs, as mentioned by my distinguished colleague, they can apply directly for subsidies, so they still get certain benefits with regard to their tax.
Okay, thank you. But the 5.6 billion net revenue to the country in 2023, will this increase in 2024, 25, 26, as you continuously implement this particular measure if we finally approve this measure, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, as we move from 2023 to the succeeding years, the total net revenue is expected to decrease because of the gradual decrease of the tax applied on interest income. So in 2023, we're starting off with 19%, and then 17%, and so on until we reach 15%. So we do expect lower revenues in the coming years.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. I would like to ask another question related to royalties, prices, and other winnings. If you receive a royalty from a company, will that be a final tax? After paying the final tax as indicated here, from the original, let's say 19, 17, and 15% until 2025, will that be the final tax, and that you will not anymore pay an income tax on your income? Am I correct with that interpretation, Madam Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, that's correct.
So you
that
don't
would be
need
final
to
tax.
file an income tax after, let's say, this month I receive a royalty from a company. I will not file anymore a separate income tax on that income that I receive in the form of royalty, Madam Sponsor.
No longer. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, you would no longer need to add that in the line items for your income tax, as the final tax was already paid for the royalty.
So I will file the income tax and reflect this income in the form of royalty. What about if there is delta in terms of the income or the final tax that I paid on this royalty? What will happen? And there is a corresponding increase in the royalty as a result of adding other income with the royalty.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, the change or the delta would be withheld from source. It would still be, the withholding tax would still apply.
So why do I need to file an income tax on an income in the form of royalty that I receive when in fact I've already paid the final tax as provided under this measure, Madam Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, you would no longer need to file an income tax for the royalty.
So that's what I'm saying. So there is no need to file an income tax because I've already paid the final tax.
That's
so any
correct.
income that I receive, deducing from this, any income or any tax that any income that I receive where the final tax is paid, I don't need to include it in my income tax.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I think that clears the matter. So I think at this point, I will end my interpellation. Thank you very much for the opportunity and for the answers that you have made this afternoon, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Representative Go, for the opportunity to also respond to the questions of my distinguished colleague. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 4339, contained in committee report number 27.
There is
So,
a-
Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion. Any objections? Chair hears none. The motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 4102, contained in committee report number 24, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said bill. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion. Any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title House Bill 4102.
House Bill number 4102, an act imposing excise tax on plastic bags, thereby adding new sections 150-C and 288H in the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 4102, contained in committee report number 24. So, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Section 59 of the rules, I move that we recommit House Resolution numbers 112 and 178 under Committee Report numbers 44 and 45 respectively, the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts for perfecting amendments. Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. House Resolutions numbers 112 and 178 under Committee Reports numbers 44 and 45 are hereby recommitted to the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, last Wednesday, September 14, 2022, we adopted House Resolution number 362, congratulating and commending Alexandra Alex Maniego Ayala for being the first Filipino to win the Junior Grand Slam Girls Singles title in the 2022 U.S. Open Tennis. I move for the consolidation of similar measures, namely House Resolution numbers 378, 380, 381, 382, 383, 384, 385, 390, 391, and 392 with the adopted House Resolution number 362. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Mr.
Majority Leader.
Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker,
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn session until 9 a.m. tomorrow, September 20, Tuesday.
There is a motion to adjourn session until tomorrow 9 a.m. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The motion is carried. We are adjourned until tomorrow 9 a.m.
Sali kami. Sali kami. Sana kami. Attendance yan. Daw.